hello, mic check, hello, hello, mic check, hello, hello, mic check, hello, hello, mic check, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Sit. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. 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 Hello. Hello, hello. Mic check, check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. Hello.
Good evening, all of you. Yes, good evening to the online students as well. Fine. We had started our discussion in the last class on this topic of bilateral ties, yes? And we had completed till India UAE. We are to start with India US. Fine. So, yes, we are in one of the best phases of relations with US. Yes, until 2000, until the year 2000, we did not actually have good relations with US. It is only now that we have, or it is only since 2000 that India and US relations have improved. Prior to that, because we adopted the policy of non-alignment and US was the leader of the capitalist camp. Then we developed a tilt towards USSR. And 1990 onwards, since the disintegration of USSR, India was interested to improve relations with US, but it took us 10 years before we could actually see an improvement in the bilateral ties. And presently, the primary areas of cooperation in the relation have been defense. Defense has emerged as one of the very important areas of cooperation between the two countries. Then we are cooperating mm, in uh, in space. Recently we have entered into cooperation, yes, technology cooperation, trade and investment, yes. So you find that yes, we are actually cooperating with US. We are cooperating on Indo-Pacific, yes, in this region through Quad, IPEF, yes, all such platforms. Fine. Now, this was in news. Why? Because PM Modi had visited US on the third official state visit. Yes. So the first official state visit had taken place in 1969 and then in 2009 during Manmohan Singh government. Yes. What do we understand by official state visit? It means that the other countries' head of state had invited the leader of government of India to come visit US. So it is on invitation when we visit. Yes, special invitation when the leader of the country. Yes, so in the case of India, it is the head of the government. Yes, because we are a parliamentary form of democracy. So, head of the government, that is the Prime Minister, when he visited on the invitation of the head of the state of US, it is known as official state visit. So, this was third such official state visit by the Indian PM to US. And as part of this state visit, we find several important agreements were signed between the two countries. Yes, so strategic trade dialogue to encourage bilateral trade further. Semiconductors, on semiconductors, we are focusing on increased cooperation. An MOU on semiconductor supply chain. So there is a firm in US which is going to invest in semiconductor manufacturing facility that is coming up in Gujarat. Telecommunication, may we had a public private joint task force. Yes. Quantum technology, India US quantum coordination mechanism was established. Yes, research and innovation handshake, whereby the startup communities of the two countries will come closer to one another, cooperate with one another. In fact, both quantum technology and innovation handshake take place to support US India initiative on critical and emerging technology. This is a very, very important agreement. Sorry. Yes, it is a very, very important agreement. I set this initiative on critical and emerging technology. A very, very important agreement, a landmark in the bilateral ties. So, from defense diplomacy, now the two countries are moving towards technology diplomacy. Yes, or diplomacy or cooperation in high technology. Yes, and this agreement on ISET was signed in January 2023. Yes. So in fact, if we look at India-US relation, we find that the relations earlier, 2003, 2005, 2008, they witness what is known as nuclear uh, nuclear energy diplomacy. Then we move towards a defense diplomacy, and now we have entered into a new phase of the relation where we are witnessing a push towards a greater cooperation in high technology. High technology means sensitive technology, very developed technology, which not every country would have access to. So as part of it, quantum science mein there is coordination and over this innovation handshake. Then clean energy partnership, we are focusing on clean energy. Another very important point, which one point of focus, actually, see, these are when UPSC is not going to ask us what is the nature of the trade agreement in the recent visit, what were the agreements that were inked. Nobody is going to ask you any such question. Question would be on basic concepts. So as I told you, the new area of diplomacy, the new area of cooperation that seems to be emerging is technology. High technology mein cooperation seems to be emerging, and uska evidence kya hai? The ISET, which was inked. And second very important agreement that you should pay attention to is mineral security partnership. Until this state visit, when India actually joined the mineral security partnership, we would say that India not being part of this partnership as a weakness in bilateral ties. Fine. So mineral security partnership kya hai? To ensure resilient supply chains of critical minerals. Now, what do you mean by critical minerals? These are minerals which have become very common in day-to-day use. Yes, from your mobile screens to everything that we use. And your iPads, our laptops, everything uses these critical minerals. But then they are rarely found. They are not very openly found across countries in the world. So you find that the world has identified a few critical, they have been enlisted, few critical minerals have been identified, of which more than 40, majority of them are, the leading producer is China. Yes, and China is known to make any such opportunity that it has, it tries to weaponize it. Yes, so in context of war, they might stop supply of critical minerals to various countries around the world, bringing those countries, manufacturing sector in those countries, to a standstill. Yes, so the world is becoming increasingly dependent on China for critical minerals supply. And China in the past had stopped the supply of something known as rare earth minerals to Japan over the dispute over Senkaku Islands in 2012 when it had flared up. Yes, so the world is now very cautious, very concerned that China has emerged as the leading manufacturer or leading producer of these critical minerals. It is in this context that US came out with mineral security partnership to ensure resilient supply chains of critical minerals. Yes, and India has become one of its member. So maybe you can look when exactly was this partnership launched. Yes, and they have listed down the MSP partners. India has joined as the 13th country. Yes, India has joined as the 13th country. Fine. So just know the MSP partners and when exactly it was launched, and the aim, I told you, is to ensure resilient supply chains of critical minerals. This is a very important partnership on which a standalone question can be asked in the exam. US is also to open 2 new consulates. All this is not very, very important. Yes. Trade, US is a major export hub for Indian goods. You can just know that India has a trade surplus with US. Yes, we have a trade surplus with US. and it is one of the leading trade partners of India. And as I told you, defense has emerged as another very important pillar in our bilateral ties. US is India's third largest defense supplier. Yes, so until 2005, US used to supply from 1965 till 2005, US had supplied zero defense equipments to India. From 1965 till 2005, zero defense equipment supplied by US to India. And today it has emerged as the third largest defense supplier. Yes, once upon a time it was USSR and then Russia, which has been the leading defense supplier to India. But today US has emerged as the third largest supplier. This tells us that yes, defense has emerged as the primary pillar of cooperation. We have military exercises. Once again, you can do a little Google search on RIMPAC. It is a war game exercise, one of the largest war game exercise that takes place alternative years, organized by US. Yes, Malabar exercise is the naval exercise. Yes, between India, US, Japan and Australia. Now all the Quad countries are involved in the RIMPEC exercise. In the Malabar exercise. Then you have Yudh Abhyas, you have Vajra Prahar. Yes, and major defense agreements that we have signed. In fact, there are 4 foundational agreements. There are 4 foundational agreements that USA signs with its close partner countries. First is General Security of Military Information Agreement that actually India signed way back in the year 2002. Yes, General Security of Military Information Agreement, you can mention it, GSMIA. Then there is Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement, LIMOA, that we signed in 2016. Then you have COMCASA, Communication Compatibility and Security Agreement, which we signed in 2018. And then you have BECA, Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement. Yes, Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement. Yes, on geospatial information. On geospatial information, which we have signed in 2020. Fine. So you find these are the 4 foundational agreements, and India has finally inked all the 4 foundational agreements. Signing of LIMOA was a landmark agreement, landmark development in India-US relations. Yes, in fact, it is in this context PM Modi had made a very famous statement that India has overcome hesitations of history, on which UPSC asked a question in mains. Then when we signed BECA, once again that year in mains, UPSC had asked a question on defense as the primary pillar of cooperation. Yes, India inking all these 4 agreements is a very big deal, which says that yes, defense is the primary pillar in our cooperation. Then Indian diaspora forms the second largest immigrant group in US after the Mexicans. Yes, so we are very, Indian diaspora is large in number. Indian diaspora is has been doing very well in US. They are law-abiding citizens who have generally been quite and represents a very prosperous community. In fact, major MNCs, Indians are the CEOs. Yes, so you find that Indian diaspora plays an important role in taking India-US relations forward. Fine. Then investment incentive agreement. India-US signed an investment incentive agreement which superseded the 1997 investment incentive agreement. This has been signed to keep apace with the international additional investment support programs offered by DFC, Development Finance Agency of US, such as debt equity investment, feasibility studies for potential projects, grants. This is a legal requirement for DFC to continue providing investment support. Yes, and this or their predecessor are active in India since 1974, and this much investment has been provided. Now, what is this investment incentive agreement? It is not a bilateral investment agreement. Bilateral investment agreement, we had referred to bilateral investment treaty, we had referred to in yesterday's class. BIT is different. BIT में क्या होता है? Both country generally communicate to the other. We want to incentivize, we want to encourage investments, bilateral investments in each other's country, and thereby generally we agree to a common set of provisions so as to protect investments in both countries. ठीक है, क्या होता है BIT में? क्या होता है? Supposedly India and South Korea sign a BIT. That would mean that these South Korean investments enjoy a sort of a national treatment in India. Similarly, Indian investments in South Korea will enjoy a sort of national treatment in South Korea. Also, the provisions कि अगर dispute हुआ तो क्या करेंगे? Single window clearance होगा, whatever, to facilitate and a harmonized set of rules and regulation, and to give clarity to the investor, to encourage the investor to invest in the countries bilaterally. Yes, so that is the purpose of BIT. Yes, we had talked about model BIT that India has come out with and all that. Yes, however, this is different. Here we do not have a BIT with US. What we have signed is investment incentive agreement, whereby what is going to happen? We have signed this agreement because we want DFC. Yes, we want a development finance agency to provide investment support. Yes, to facilitate investments in India. Yes, so that is the reason. This is more of a one-way in nature, whereby we are seeking assistance from DFC so as to have more investments coming into India from US. Fine. And there is this concept of friend shoring. Yes, एक है offshoring, एक है reshoring. Friend shoring क्या है? For example, because of deterioration in China-US relations, US companies have been encouraged to move their investment out of China and move it into countries which have friendly relations with US. So that is friend shoring, and India is a good friend of US. So US has encouraged its foreign companies, its MNCs, its companies to invest, to take investment out of, say, China and invest in India. Yes, India emerges as USA's new destination for friend shoring pharmaceutical supply chains. Yes, it is pitched by US as a means to insulate global supply chains from external disruption or economic coercion. Idea is for a group of countries with shared values to deploy policies encouraging companies to spread manufacturing within that group. तो अब जो यूएस के साथ जिन जिन कंट्रीज के साथ अच्छे रिलेशंस है ना, यूएस इज एनकरेजिंग कि यूएस कंपनीज शुड गो एंड इन्वेस्ट ओनली इन दोज कंट्रीज, है ना. और ये क्यों करते हैं? अब यूएस की कंपनी, व्हाई वुड दे इन्वेस्ट इन से इंडिया और बांग्लादेश? बिकॉज ऑफ चीप लेबर. So the manufacturing cost actually decreases, their products become competitive. Yes, so this is offshoring. तो offshoring का एक version है भी friend shoring. Companies cutting cost by shifting manufacturing to countries with cheaper labor and cheaper raw material, whatever it is. Yes, to benefit from it. And reshoring, the company which had gone to another country is brought back to the home country. Yes, so that is the idea. ब्लिंकन ने फ्रेंड शोरिंग एनकरेज किया होगा, बट अदरवाइज दिस इज अ कॉमन फिनोमेना, है ना. This is a normal phenomenon for companies to go and seek investments in other invest in other countries. इसीलिए तो when you buy products, most of the products that we buy from these branded items, if you look at the है ना manufactured in Vietnam, in Bangladesh, in India, है ना यही रहता है. Fine. Fine. Now US comprises 50 states, so 48 of them are co-terminus, है ना एक साथ हैं. And there is this state of Alaska here and Hawaii. Yes. North में Canada है, south में Mexico है. Yes. And you have Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Gulf of Mexico. Yes, this is the Gulf of Mexico that we see. Florida is an important city based on Gulf of Mexico. Yes, you have US is the 4th largest country, and the 5 Great Lakes of US you should know. In geography, maybe you would have studied the 5 Great Lakes of US. Yes, and these 5 Great Lake Superior, Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. Yes, the 5 Great Lakes. Then India-US defense relations. India-US defense relations. Once again, defense major pillar. और अभी state visit में क्या हुआ था? 3 major defense agreements were inked. और वो 3 क्या थे? एक तो था INDOSEX. Yes, US-India defense acceleration ecosystem was launched. It aims to expand strategic technology partnership and to advance cutting edge technology cooperation between government, business and academic institutions. ठीक है, तो एक तो क्या है ये डिफेंस एक्सेलरेशन इकोसिस्टम, डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन, डिफेंस डेवलपमेंट को एक्सेलरेट करने के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर रहे हैं, है ना. तो इकोसिस्टम है, इसी वजह से उसमें गवर्नमेंट है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज है एंड एकेडमिया है जो रिसर्च करेगी. Fine. Then you have an agreement to co-produce GE 414 jet engines. GE stands for General Electronics. Yes, so an agreement has been signed between General Electronics and HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, whereby there would be GE will be sharing technology to develop F414 jet engines. ठीक है, तो वी डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली व्हाट परसेंटेज ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी वुड बी शेयर्ड, but if 80% of the technology is shared, India would emerge as the 5th country in the world which will be capable of manufacturing jet engines. Yes, but anyways, this is an important agreement. This shows that we are going for technology sharing, which gives a boost to indigenous manufacturing of defense products in India. And it is a very pivotal technology, as I told you, only 4 countries till date, है ना. तो P5 minus China, अभी तक यही था कि China also did not have the capability to in fact manufacture jet engines. Fine. And once we produce, we become the 8th nation which have that have this powered jets in operation. ठीक है. Anyways, this is a, अब इतना हमें नहीं चाहिए, टर्बोफेन इंजन प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय जीई एंड हैज बीन इन यूज्ड फॉर यूएस नेवी. और हम ये क्यों अक्वायर करना चाह रहे हैं? वी आर प्लानिंग टू अक्वायर इट फॉर आर तेजस लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट्स. यस, देन we have also signed an agreement to procure what is known as high altitude long endurance unmanned aerial vehicles. Unmanned aerial vehicles क्या है? Drones. Yes, named GAMQ-9B Predator drones. ठीक है, but I doubt if they are going to ever ask us direct question on such. ये बहुत important agreements है. In mains maybe we want it, अगर ऐसा कोई सवाल आएगा तो we would want to mention this, but otherwise in prelims highly doubtful. Maybe in the sex as such one liner, what do you mean by in the sex, and the 4 options are given. Yes, defense has emerged is the primary pillar of India-US relations. Then why is it so? Statement A and B, is A correct explanation of B? In that context, maybe a question can be asked. Otherwise, ये agreements पे they are not going to ask such factual questions. Then yes, key highlights of the roadmap for defense industry कोऑपरेशन, अब डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री भी आपस में कोऑपरेट करेंगी. टू इनिशिएट नेगोशिएशन फॉर अ सिक्योरिटी ऑफ सप्लाई अरेंजमेंट एंड अ रेसिप्रोकल डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट अरेंजमेंट. तो ये एसओएस और आरपीडी सॉरी आरडीपी क्या है ना. तो एसओएस सिक्योरिटी ऑफ सप्लाई, इट अलाउज टू रिक्वेस्ट प्रायोरिटी डिलीवरी. इसका मतलब सिर्फ इतना ही है, प्रायोरिटी डिलीवरी. ठीक है. तो सिक्योरिटी ऑफ सप्लाई, इफ इमीडिएटली वी वांट, सपोजली सडनली अ सिचुएशन हैज डेवलप्ड ऑन आवर नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर्स विथ चाइना, we can employ SOS. Yes, security of supply, whereby we can demand priority supply to India. Then RDP, that is reciprocal defense procurement. Complementary reciprocal defense procurement तो समझ में ही आ ही रहा है नाम से. Yes, reciprocal है ना, bilaterally will procure defense equipments from one another. So complementary acquisition of defense articles from each other's countries. Also this है ना इंडो पैसिफिक मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस initiative. This is once again a very important initiative which was announced during the Quad Summit in 2022 when it was held in Tokyo. Yes, when the Quad Summit was held in Tokyo, so it was for the first time Quad transformed from a talking shop to actually and grouping with actual goals. Yes, actual agenda. In that summit, one of the important agreements that were signed was about Indo-Pacific maritime. सबको समझ में आता है maritime domain awareness. Maritime domain awareness मतलब high seas में क्या हो रहा है. Yes, country is aware generally of its territorial waters, a bit more about its EEZ, but beyond that we are not very much aware कि exactly what goes on into the high seas. So now Quad, yes, they would want to have maritime in the seas domain awareness. हमने कल पढ़ा था space domain awareness, है ना. तो ये you want to be more aware as to what is happening in these areas. Fine. तो अब ये क्वाड है तो क्वाड कहाँ करेगा, इंडो पैसिफिक में मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस. सो बेसिकली इसका पर्पस क्या था, इसका पर्पस था टू आइडेंटिफाई डार्क शिपिंग थ्रू सैट. और ये डोमेन अवेयरनेस होगा कैसे, थ्रू सैटेलाइट इमेजरी. यस, दे विल यूज सैटेलाइट इमेजरी to increase there है ना, your satellites will be photographing, imaging the high seas of the Indo-Pacific. Yes, through it domain awareness is going to increase and they are going to be cautious about what is known as dark shipping. Dark shipping का मतलब क्या है, these private merchant vessels या private vessels when they cross है ना, cross into the sea, but they pass undetected है ना, they do not get themselves registered across ports या जो भी प्रोसेस होता है उसके थ्रू पास नहीं करके हाई सीज से वो चुपचाप से पास कर जाते हैं. Yes, to know, to not allow dark shipping or to be more aware of dark shipping, whereby ships passing through high seas without knowledge of the littoral countries, that should not happen. Fine. So this is with respect to so US has welcomed India's leadership role in Quad Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness. और इंडिया का लीडरशिप रोल क्यों है, कह सकते हैं इस वजह से है शायद क्योंकि इंडिया जनरली हैज बीन अ नेट सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइडर इन द इंडियन ओशन रीजन. इंडियन ओशन रीजन में हम यही करते हैं, हम जो ये सारे इंडियन ओशन आइलैंड कंट्रीज हैं, मॉरिशस, मदागास्कर, मालदीव, सेशेल्स, इन सबको वी हेल्प to increase their maritime domain awareness. Yes, this has been the traditional nature of India's engagement, so maybe we are taking a lead in it. Plus we have good space technology. Yes, next is India-US space relations. Now this space domain and the relation is relatively न्यू. पहले भी कोऑपरेट करते थे लेकिन इस बार ज्यादा फोकस है. यस, ज्यादा फोकस कैसे है, नासा विल प्रोवाइड एडिशनल ट्रेनिंग टू एडवांस्ड ट्रेनिंग टू इंडियन एस्ट्रोनॉट्स विथ द गोल ऑफ माउंटिंग अ जॉइंट एफर्ट to the International Space Station which has been created under the the leadership of US वहाँ पे एक joint space mission भेजेंगे and astronauts would be given advanced training. Plus, India has signed US-led Artemis Accord. Yes, as its 27th member. Artemis Accord once again will be important. Know about Artemis Accord. Maybe Artemis Accord would have also been covered in your science and technology. Yes, know about Artemis Accord. Yes, this accord was established by US State Department and NASA in 2020. It sets common principles to govern civil exploration. And exploration the military nahi hai, civil exploration and use of outer space, the moon, Mars, comets, asteroids for peaceful purposes. Yes, this is important. The signatories are committed to share national space policies and scientific information resulting from their activities, implement memorandum of understandings between the governments and agencies in accordance with outer space treaty. Yes, preserve outer space heritage, है ना, जहाँ पे भी कभी लैंडिंग हुआ है, the landing sites, है ना, outer space में whatever evidence of human activity is there, mitigate orbital debris और स्पेस जंक. यस, तो ये जनरली कॉमन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स रहते हैं, वही ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड के भी. यस, एंड यू शुड नो द कंट्रीज. आई थिंक है ना, गो बैक होम, फाइंड अ वे, है ना, we have learned various ways in which we can try and remember countries. So here also they have made a distinction continent wise. Otherwise also है ना, various groups में आप ले लेके इनको, you should just have some idea. Yes, and know about Artemis Accord. Artemis Accord is also important. Yes, and next is, with NASA providing crew seats to gateway development contributors, India can also get its berth through the accord and active participation. अब gateway क्या है? Gateway is an upcoming NASA-led international lunar orbital station. इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन था एक, है ना, जो नासा ने बहुत पहले डेवलप किया है, और अब वो एक लूनर ऑर्बिटल स्टेशन बना रहे हैं जो मून को ऑर्बिट करता रहेगा, दैट स्पेस स्टेशन. Yes, and that space station is known as Gateway, and it is है ना, it is a project for Artemis astronauts. Artemis के जो astronauts हैं, India is going to contribute in Gateway development, and therefore Indian astronauts can find a seat on the Gateway, which is going to be an international lunar orbital station. Fine. So that is about US. US generally important, prelims में इतना नहीं, लेकिन हाँ कुछ कुछ है, जैसे MSP मैंने बताया, मिनरल सिक्योरिटी पार्टनरशिप, आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड, है ना, the four foundational agreements. 4 foundational agreements अभी तो इतना important नहीं है, but anyways they are pivotal development, you should know about them. Fine, all that you should know. And as such the relationship we have elevated the relationship. हमारा क्या है nature of relation? Comprehensive strategic partnership on global cooperation, ऐसा करके है official nature of relation. Plus 2018 we started with 2+2 dialogue at ministerial level. Yes, in fact if I am not mistaken, US was the first country with which India started 2+2 dialogue at ministerial level. नहीं तो 2+2 डायलॉग एट सेक्रेटरी लेवल जापान के साथ पहले था, लेकिन मिनिस्टीरियल लेवल हमने यूएस के साथ शुरू किया. यस, एंड इमीडिएटली वंस फर्स्ट सच डायलॉग में ही हमने कॉमकासा साइन किया था. ठीक है, 2018 itself we had signed कॉमकासा, है ना, कम्युनिकेशन कंपैटिबिलिटी एंड सिक्योरिटी अग्रीमेंट. Now next is India-Canada relations. See, India-Canada has been quite in news, yes, because of killing of Khalistani activist. Now, as such I always say that it seems unlikely to expect a question in mains, है ना, directly on India Canada relations per se. अब कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोई ज्यादा कुछ कह नहीं सकता, इट इज, है ना, बट स्टिल देन ये 4 क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, यू डोंट फील लाइक कि वहां से शायद डायरेक्ट एक फुल फ्लेजेड इंडिया कनाडा रिलेशन पे क्वेश्चन आएगा. यस, मे बी खालिस्तानी मूवमेंट पे, या है ना सच सेपरेटिस्ट मूवमेंट पे आ सकता है, या डायस्पोरा इन नॉर्थ अमेरिका, ऐसे करके क्वेश्चन आ सकता है कुछ. यस, सो मे बी वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट अ क्वेश्चन इन प्रिलिम्स. यस, अब प्रिलिम्स में कैसा क्वेश्चन, प्रिलिम्स में वन एरिया वेर वी थिंक इट सीम्स वेरी लाइकली कि क्वेश्चन शायद आ सकता है, वो यही है, 5 आईज इंटेलिजेंस अलायंस. Yes, anyways, before we get into it, let's just see diplomatic tensions had flared, है ना. इंडिया कनाडा रिलेशंस वैसे भी कभी भी स्मूथ सेलिंग रिलेशंस रहे ही नहीं है, हमेशा, है ना, डेस्पाइट, वही है, दिस इज ऑल्सो एन आयरनी, डेस्पाइट वी बोथ बीइंग लिबरल डेमोक्रेसी, yes, committed to civic nationalism, multicultural nationalism, pluralistic societies. So as such our value system में काफी overlap है, but our diplomatic relations or political ties have not been very very strong. They have witnessed ups and downs in the ties. So the recent killing of the Sikh separatist leader in Canada once again resulted in deterioration of the bilateral relations. अब दो चीज के कंटेक्स्ट में जहां क्वेश्चन शायद आ सकता है, एक तो ये 5 आईज अलायंस है और दूसरा है वियना कन्वेंशन. यस, 5 आईज अलायंस क्या है, 5 आईज अलायंस यही है, इट इज एन इंटेलिजेंस अलायंस बिटवीन 5 कंट्रीज. अब ये 5 कंट्रीज कौन से हैं, यूएस, कनाडा, yes, Australia, New Zealand and UK. Yes, so based on the intelligence shared with 5 Eyes Intelligence Alliance, that Canada has blamed India for killing of Niger. Yes, and it originated from the 1946 UK-US agreement for sharing signals intelligence. 5 Eyes Intelligence Oversight and Review Council includes non-political intelligence oversight review security entities of members. Yes, so that is one. And second is the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. It was signed in 1961. It entered into force in 1964. It provides a complete framework for establishment, maintenance, termination of diplomatic relations between independent sovereign states. So the entire fulcrum of diplomatic ties is covered under Vienna Convention. It specifies functions, privileges, and immunities of the diplomatic missions, rules regulating appointment, all such thing. Article 11.1 pertains to the size of the international mission within the other country. ठीक है, तो अभी क्या था ये, basically why Vienna Convention was in news, because each other had at one point sacked each other, and in both the countries, the other country sacked the other country's diplomats. And at one point India asked Canadian embassy to reduce its size, to downsize it by asking 41 Canadian diplomats to be taken back to Canada. Canada criticized India's action as violation of Vienna Convention. Yes, but India said that it is in context of this article. We are not doing anything wrong. And there has to be similarity of size of the diplomatic missions that is maintained by two countries. So our size is such, and therefore we would want similar size of diplomatic presence of Canadian diplomats in India. Yes, so that is why it was in news. तो ये दो है ना, वियना कन्वेंशन पे चाहो तो थोड़ा सा देख लेना, और पढ़ सकते हो तो थोड़ा सा पढ़ लेना वियना कन्वेंशन पे. यस, कैपिटल क्या है, ओटावा इज द कैपिटल. यस, इट इज द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट कंट्री. ये फैक्ट्स है, कैनेडियन शील्ड वगैरह आपने ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ा होगा. देन इंडिया ब्राजील का भी, ब्राजील वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कंट्री. Yes, 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations as well as 20th anniversary of IPSA. India, Brazil, South Africa Alliance here, South Africa Forum. When was IPSA established? 2003 through Brasilia Declaration. Anyways, let's look into India-Brazil relations key fact. The relations have been elevated to strategic partnership. Mercosur, I have already mentioned, I have told you about that India has a preferential trade agreement with it. India has a trade surplus with Brazil. फिर इप्सा के अंडर है ना, इप्सा जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके अंडर देर इज एन जॉइंट मिलिट्री एक्सरसाइज नोन एज इप्सा मार. Yes, a joint multinational maritime exercise amongst the three countries. फिर both are founding members of Global Biofuel Alliance and multilateral cooperation on BRICS, IPSA, G20, UN, WTO इन सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे. Now, what is this IPSA forum? So IPSA forums, as I told you, was established in, we have mentioned it, जब हमने BRICS भी discuss किया था, तो I think so I made you right also, कि IPSA was established in 2003. It was in fact the brainchild of the then Foreign Minister of India, who was Yashwant Sinha. Yes, and it was through Brasilia Declaration it was formed. It is seen as a forum of three democracies with multicultural societies representing the global south. These are three countries of global south based in the three continents of global south: Asia, Africa and Latin America. Fine. So that is the nature of IPSA. IPSA once again does not have a headquarter or a permanent secretariat. It does not have any of it. ठीक है. IPSA fund is very very important. IPSA fund, in fact, in 2010 it received MDG. अभी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स है. सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल से पहले था मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल्स. तो MDG अवार्ड मिला था IPSA फंड को in 2010. IPSA fund comprises $1 million contribution by each of the three members annually. तो फंड का साइज बहुत छोटा है. इट इज जस्ट $3 million. But then it has been very very successful as a fund. Why? Because look at the nature. It was established in 2004. It aims to identify replicable and scalable projects. ठीक है. Scalable projects for poverty and hunger alleviation and disseminating them to डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज. सो इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत अच्छा रहा है इस फंड का. इस वजह से इसको MDG अवार्ड भी मिला था. यस, इंडिया वाज द IPSA चेयर in 2011. Now Brazil has assumed the presidency. So our country remains an IPSA chair for 2 years. I told you since 2010 there has been no IPSA summit, and therefore we say that IPSA is in a state of coma or comatose. Fine. Fine. It is the 5th largest country. Last class I also told you that Brazil shares border with all Latin American country except Ecuador and Chile. Yes, so that you can remember. और ब्राज़ील पे है ना, ज्योग्राफी में अगर आपने इस पे पढ़ा है कुछ है ना विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू द अमेज़न फॉरेस्ट एंड ऑल सच थिंग्स, तो वो ध्यान कर लेना है ना. ब्राज़ील रिमेन्स इम्पॉर्टेंट. यहाँ पे ये पोर्ट्स वगैरह भी हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट ना. ज्योग्राफी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जनरली ब्राज़ील पे ध्यान दिया जाता है. फाइन. देन यू हैव इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया. Yes, India-Australia relations, once again very important relations. Here also the unique nature of the relation क्या है India-Australia पे अगर ध्यान दिया जाए, it is one tie जो where we see strategic cooperation more than say economic cooperation. Generally क्या होता है relations, economic cooperation से strategic पे आगे बढ़ते हैं. First step in cooperation always is economic cooperation. Yes, to draw countries together, and later on you find strategic cooperation emerging. But in case of Australia, the nature is reverse. We find greater strategic cooperation and less economic cooperation. Why is it so? Because example, they are part of Quad, which means whose aim is to balance China. So strategic cooperation ज़्यादा है. नाउ क्या है, अब कैबिनेट हैज अप्रूव्ड म्यूचुअल रिकॉग्निशन अरेंजमेंट of authorized economic operators between India and Australia. Yes, अब ये क्या है, म्यूचुअल रिकॉग्निशन अरेंजमेंट ऑफ authorized economic operators, ठीक है, MRA of authorized economic operators aims to provide reciprocal benefits to exporters of both countries in clearance of goods by custom authority. ठीक है, तो वही ये India's custom has signed two such MRAs with South Korea and Hong Kong, and MRAs with US and Taiwan are in final stages of conclusion. To facilitate export, है ना, तो if a good is approved by Indian authorities, they will be readily accepted in Australia. It does not have to go through the entire process of checks, है ना. तो वही है authorized economic operators. What is AEO program? Is a voluntary compliance program under the aegis of World Customs Organization safe framework of standards to secure and facilitate global trade. This program is in sync under Article 7.1 related to additional trade facilitation measures related to import, export, transit of WTO trade facilitation agreement. Trade facilitate हो रहा है ना, basically a common set of standards that countries will abide by. तो इस वजह से क्या होगा, अब कॉमन सेट ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड पे इवेलुएट करेंगे ऑथराइज्ड इकोनॉमिक ऑपरेटर्स इन इंडिया, कॉमन सेट स्टैंडर्ड पे ऑस्ट्रेलियन वाले भी इवेलुएट करेंगे, तो एक्सपोर्ट्स इजीली होगा. यस, एक्सपोर्ट्स वुड बी फैसिलिटेटेड. इट वाज अडॉप्टेड बाय, है ना, WCO काउंसिल in 2005 to enhance international supply chain security, legitimate movement of goods. Yes, an entity engaged in international trade is approved by customs as compliant with supply chain security standards and granted AEO status and certain benefits. And so it is in this context. ठीक है, India Australia क्या है, comprehensive strategic partnership. We have economic cooperation and trade arrangement signed in 2023. अभी recently ही sign हुआ है. India has a trade deficit with Australia. Civil nuclear energy cooperation है. Defense में भी 2+2 ministerial dialogue. After US, we have initiated such dialogue with multiple countries और सारे quad countries के साथ हमारा 2+2 ministerial dialogue है. Defense exercise such as OSINTEX exercise pitch black was in news sometime back. It is between air force of the two countries, है ना, to counter China. ये exercise news में थी. मालाबार है ना, exercise मिलान है ना, ये सब news में रहती है. Education में this university will be the first to open a campus in Gift City. Then migration and mobility partnership agreement was also recently signed. Actually recently we have taken steps कि पहले relation काफी tilted था towards strategic cooperation. Now we are trying to balance it by encouraging economic cooperation as well. Fine. Diaspora after England, yeah, after the English, Indians are the second largest migrant group in Australia. Yes. Fine. Australia में if we see this है ना, ये यही important हो सकता है, this mutual recognition arrangement of AEO program क्या है, WCO safe framework क्या है ना, और वर्ल्ड कस्टम्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पे भी इन्होंने कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन दे रखा है. सो मे बी जस्ट लुक इनटू इट, नथिंग मोर देन दिस, लुक इनटू इट. Yes, it is one of the it is the smallest continent and one of the largest countries of the earth, lying in the southern hemisphere. Then South Korea. South Korea is also one such country जिनके साथ अभी diplomatic relations were established quite late between India and South Korea. We established diplomatic relations only 50 years back. Yes, in 1973 we had established diplomatic relations. Once again there is an irony that despite strong cultural ties, है ना, Buddhist ties है, the princess of Ayodhya was married to the king of South Korea, and that princess produced future emperors. So, and she was a very famous and very loved queen in the history of South Korea. Yes, so you have yeah, you have her, and we have a common colonial history. Yes, we were both colonized. Um, we both are liberal democracies. Yes, so you find that as such, we should have had begun with close cooperation. Where Rabindranath Tagore has also composed poems. Yes, so there has been a lot of cultural contact between these two countries. In the modern history, also the colonial history was there. But despite all that, we find that we were very late in establishing diplomatic relations with South Korea. Why was it so? Because there was the Korean conflict in 1950s. Yes, and finally North Korea and South Korea war came to an end through an armistice agreement. In 1953 there was an armistice agreement. Armistice मतलब ceasefire agreement. और आज के दिन उन्होंने कोई war has not come to an end. It is just interrupted through that ceasefire agreement. Yes, and India played a prominent role in that ceasefire agreement. But South Korea was unhappy with the role played by India. So they chose not to have diplomatic relations with India until 1973. Yes, so despite cultural homogeneity, despite shared colonial history, we did not establish diplomatic, or there was no diplomatic ties between the two countries. But once the diplomatic relations were established, today we have very good relations with South Korea. Yes, so South Korea के साथ हमारा, what is the nature? Special strategic partnership. We have comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Yes, so our relations today are very good. South Korea is part of Quad Plus grouping. If ever Quad membership were to be expanded, South Korea will be the future member. Quad Plus के members कौन हैं? Yes, it will be all the four Quad countries plus में है New Zealand, South Korea and Vietnam. So if future expansion, if and when future expansion of Quad will take place, these will be the countries which will be joining Quad. Yes, so we find that we have very good economic relations. SEPA है हमारा, इसे है ना, SEPA is comprehensive economic partnership, which is a more well-rounded FTA. Yes, it is not just FTA in goods, but services, investments, intellectual property. Yes, all such things. Then you have special strategic partnership also, Quad Plus में membership. So economic, strategic, political ties all very good. Fine, तो वही है, civilizational linkage I've just told you about it. Diplomatic ties I've told. Trade, we have a trade deficit with South Korea. है ना, ये हमारा नेचर है, हम जनरली डेफिसिट में ही ट्रेड करते हैं. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इंडियन ट्रेड. क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर वीक है. यस, सो सच अग्रीमेंट सीपास जो हमने साइन किए हैं, दे हैव नॉट एक्चुअली बीन वेरी वेरी बेनिफिशियल टू इंडिया. Yes, then India Korea electronic origin data exchange system was recently launched for smooth implementation of SEPA. Yes, डिफेंस में भी कोऑपरेशन है. 2+2 डायलॉग है हमारा, मिनिस्ट्रियल लेवल पे है. यस, एंड जॉइंट रिसर्च एंड प्रोडक्शन ऑफ, है ना, दिस इज द एग्जांपल K9 वज्रा आर्टिलरी गन. एंड दिस कल्चर में भी ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सरांग, द फेस्टिवल ऑफ इंडिया, इज एनुअली ऑर्गेनाइज्ड इन साउथ कोरिया. And they are North and South Korea separated by 38th parallel. Yes, you have to remember Sea of Japan and Yellow Sea. Yes, there are important rivers of China which drains into Yellow Sea. Yes, Fine. Then India, France. India, France, once again, very, very good relations that we have with France. First country that we ever signed strategic partnership agreement with was in fact France. Yes, in fact, when we look at India-France relations, many a times we talk about that the relations है ना, बहुत अलग अलग लेवल पे relations दिखते हैं. Relations bilateral cooperation है, relations में regional cooperation है, regional cooperation vis-a-vis से इंडो पैसिफिक है. Yes, and global level पे भी cooperation है. For example, France has supported India's permanent candidature in UNSC. France was one country which played a very, very important role in India getting a special waiver from NSG. है ना, न्यूक्लियर सप्लायर ग्रुप से हमें स्पेशल वेवर मिला था 2008 में. Yes, and that waiver was secured. The diplomatic heavy lifting was done by France. US also played a role, but France played a very important role. फिर उसके बाद टुडे वी आर मेंबर्स, अभी हमारा आएगा वो टॉपिक्स. MECR है ना, MECR क्या है, MTCR, सॉरी, MECR इज मल्टीलैटरल एक्सपोर्ट कंट्रोल रेजिम्स. उसमें ग्रुपिंग है MTCR, मिसाइल टेक्नोलॉजी कंट्रोल रजीम. फिर वासिनार अरेंजमेंट, ऑस्ट्रेलिया ग्रुप. ये तीनों के हम मेंबर्स हैं, एंड तीनों में मेंबरशिप सिक्योर करवाने में फ्रांस का बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहा है. फाइन. तो आर पार्टनरशिप विथ फ्रांस इज बायलैटरल इन नेचर, रीजनल इन नेचर, and global in nature. Yes, in fact, it is said that this relation between India and France prospers because there is a geopolitical logic, है ना, sans value judgment. Unlike यूरोप, यूरोप का प्रॉब्लम क्या है हमारे साथ, वो बहुत वैल्यू जजमेंट करता है हमारे साथ, है ना. तो अभी जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मणिपुर में एथनिक क्राइसिस था, तो यूरोपियन पार्लियामेंट वाज डिस्कसिंग दैट एथनिक क्राइसिस. Yes, Europe has been critical about India's human rights record with respect to Dalits, press freedom in India. Yes, Amnesty International के closures पे उसको problem है. So Europe has these issues with India. They undertake moral posturing vis-a-vis India. तो वो हमें उनके करीब जाने से रोकता है. But when it comes to France, there is a geopolitical logic driven. Geopolitical logic है China. Yes, geopolitical logic without sans, मतलब without value judgment. कोई किसी को जज नहीं करेगा. Yes, so that is the norm of any relation. Yes, for friendship also you need that the other person should not judge. So in case of France also there is no judgment involved. We continue to cooperate with one another. फ्रांस का हमने ये भी बताया था इंडो पैसिफिक में इनफैक्ट जोग्राफिकल स्ट्रेच पे भी है ना, वी सी आई टू आई, एंड हमारा फॉरेन पॉलिसी गोल भी सिमिलर है. ठीक है, तो फ्रांस बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंट्री है. फॉरेन पॉलिसी गोल क्या है इंडिया का, मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर विथ मल्टीपोलर एशिया एट इट्स कोर. ठीक है, अदरवाइज India is also a champion of multilateralism. India stands for reformed multilateralism. और फ्रांस का फॉरेन पॉलिसी गोल क्या है, मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर विथ रिफॉर्म्ड एंड इफेक्टिव मल्टीलैटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस. तो हमारा फॉरेन पॉलिसी गोल भी सिमिलर है. ठीक है, तो हमारी इतनी, सो देयरफॉर वी आर वेरी क्लोज पार्टनर्स. फ्रांस और हमारे रिलेशन में डिफेंस हैज ऑलवेज बीन अ मेजर पिलर. यस, सो जब हम बायलैटरल टाइज की बात करते हैं, आई टोल्ड यू क्या है नेचर, बायलैटरल, रीजनल, ग्लोबल. ग्लोबल आई हैव गिवन एग्जांपल, रीजनल आई हैव गिवन एग्जांपल विथ इंडो पैसिफिक. यस, IORA भी आप बोल सकते हो, उसमें भी फ्रांस अभी रिसेंटली मेंबर बना है. इंडियन ओशन रीजन में भी हम कोऑपरेट करते हैं फ्रांस के साथ. यस, we have logistics exchange agreement and all such things with France. ठीक है, और अगर हम bilateral relations की बात करें between India and France, then we see a very strong cooperation in defense sector. Yes, France has been a primary defense supplier for India. टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर भी करते हैं वो हमारे साथ. यस, को प्रोडक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर वगैरह सारा है रिलेशन में. सो डिफेंस, देन सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी. यस, जैतापुर पावर प्लांट, if you remember. Yes. Third, space is also one area where we have traditionally cooperated with France. Yes. So you find that bilaterally also very strong relation, strategic nature of relation can be witnessed, then regionally as well as globally also. Fine. So very, very, very important country in our bilateral ties. In fact, when France was not included in AUKUS, when AUKUS was launched and France was not there, India was concerned. Because क्यों concerned था? हम इतनी अच्छी मित्रता है ना, घनिष्ठ मित्रता है. So we were concerned, of course. Fine. So marking 25 years of their strategic relation. As I told you, 1998 we entered into strategic partnership. So 2023 marked 25 years of that celebration. And now we have launched Horizon 2047. दोनों अपनी अपनी जगह बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं, लेकिन जापान के साथ दोस्ती शुरू होती है बिकॉज ऑफ यूएस, है ना. यूएस के साथ जैसे ही रिलेशंस अच्छे होते हैं तो जापान के साथ रिलेशंस अच्छे होते हैं, लेकिन फ्रांस उससे पहले हमारा दोस्त बन गया. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, 1998 में वी एंटर्ड इनटू स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप विद फ्रांस. 1998 इंडिया टेस्टेड न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स. World had imposed sanctions on India because of testing nuclear weapons. Japan had also imposed sanctions, but France did not impose sanction. Neither did it call out, है ना, or end the strategic partnership agreement that we had entered into. It continued with strategic partnership agreement with India. And in fact, we have a tradition whereby the leaders of the two countries actually go to each other's country for National Day celebration, है ना. तो वो हमारे रिपब्लिक डे पे गेस्ट रहते हैं. and several French presidents have been the guests, and similarly Indian Prime Minister also go and participate. अभी भी वो but still they that parade उसमें भी है ना Indian, because we had also supported France in that World War II, है ना, World War I, World War II में. फाइन. सो वी अगर वैसे कंपेयर देखो, दोनों अपने आप में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. जापान वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन इंडो पैसिफिक. आज के दिन बहुत अच्छे रिलेशंस हैं जापान के साथ भी हमारा. एंड शिंजो अबे ने फाउंडेशन ले किया रिलेशन का, बट फ्रांस के साथ उससे ज़्यादा पुराने रिलेशन है ना. तो सैंस वैल्यू जजमेंट हैज़ बीन द की. हमने न्यूक्लियर वेपन टेस्ट किया तो भी इन्होंने आपत्ति नहीं जताई. यस, दे डिड नॉट इम्पोज सैंक्शन, दे डिड नॉट कॉल आउट the strategic partnership. Fine. Fine. So horizon, अब ये 2047 का क्या होराइजन फ्रेमवर्क है. बेसिकली 100 years of diplomatic ties हो जाएंगे, है ना. 100 years of India's independence, 50 years of strategic partnership, all such things. So you have horizon framework includes sectors from defense, nuclear energy, space. Bilateral cooperation के ये primary 3 sectors हैं. To eliminate single use plastic, हमने global cooperation में you can also talk about that we have co-founded International Solar Alliance, है ना. CDRI में भी साथ है ना. मे बी ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस में भी देख लो, वो भी फाउंडिंग मेंबर होंगे. yes, so you find हम environment को लेके भी these two countries are keen on cooperation. And 5-year Shenzhen visa, so Indians can get access to 5-year Shenzhen visa, through which we will be allowed access into the Shenzhen area, and all those countries of Shenzhen area. We are Consulate General that we are going to open France to support the second phase of Indian program on sustainable cities, co-financed with Germany and EU. Diplomatic relations were established way back in 1947. The way framework 2047 is to celebrate 100 years of diplomatic relations. Defense, France is the second largest exporter of defense equipment to India. P-75 Scorpion technology का transfer किया था इन्होंने. Yes, and Rafale aircrafts that we have, and we have given them the contract. Then you have defense exercises, exercise Shakti, Varuna, Garuda. Yes, trade mein you have unified payment interface, which was recently launched in France. So India's UPI, hai na, it is part of the digital public infrastructure stack. Fine. Environmental cooperation hai, diaspora, overseas citizens of India cards are now being issued in Reunion Island. Civil nuclear agreement hai. Space cooperation, France is cooperating in training project for India's Gaganyaan human space flight program. Multilateral cooperation supports India's claim in UNSC and Missile Technology Control Regime, Wassenaar Arrangement, Australia Group. Fine. Yes, वही हमने कल देखा था, कॉर्सिका एंड सार्डिना. तो कॉर्सिका इज पार्ट ऑफ फ्रांस. एंड देन मे बी लैंड बॉर्डर्स, जस्ट हैव अ लुक. यही बेनिलक्स कंट्रीज, तो नेदरलैंड, बेल्जियम, लग्जमबर्ग, ये सब देख लेना एक बार. इंडिया यूके 2+2 foreign and defense dialogue, inaugural dialogue was held in Delhi to discuss and review all aspects of India-UK comprehensive strategic partnership. So with UK also we have comprehensive strategic partnership, and we are eager to sign an FTA which has not really materialized. Now diplomatic relation, you have India-UK roadmap 2030. Maybe in context of UK you can have a look at Commonwealth countries, Commonwealth of Nations, है ना, that organization. Maybe देखो न्यूज में नहीं है, लेकिन ये हमेशा ही important organizations होते हैं. Fine. In fact, there are few organizations, I think so. Arab League एक important organization है. OIC also है ना, which we have not discussed, and Commonwealth of Nations. Yes, so these three organizations you can have a look. I'll try and provide, I have notes ready for OIC and Arab League, so maybe as a PPT I can provide you the same. So go through that. And Commonwealth of Nation, उसमें एक लंदन agreement या लंदन declaration, जिससे उन्होंने नाम change किया था अपना to accommodate India within that grouping. Yes, वो एक बार देख लेना Commonwealth. If possible, I'll provide you that also. ठीक है, I'll share it and you can have a look. तो diplomatic, India has trade surplus with UK. India-UK infrastructure finance bridge to leverage and leverage expertise and investment in support of India's national infrastructure pipeline. Defense and international security partnership, ये सारे exercises हैं. Green Growth Equity Fund, फिर Cooperation in International Solar Alliance, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. ये जो भी है ना रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के जो प्रोग्राम्स है जिसमें इंडिया ने लीड ले रखा है, यस, सच एज ISA, फिर वन सन, वन अर्थ, वन ग्रिड. यस, ये सारे जो प्रोग्राम्स है जिनमें इंडिया ने लीड ले रखा है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में, है ना, ग्लोबल लेवल पे जो लॉन्च किया है, बायोफ्यूल अलायंस. यस, ये सब है ना, पे स्पेशल अटेंशन, दे विल बी इम्पोर्टेंट. Yes, Indian diaspora once again forms 3.1% of the total population, and recently we have signed migration and mobility partnership as well. Fine. We had discussed it, in fact, in the last class, that United Kingdom, why UK? Because Wales, England, Scotland and Northern Ireland is combined. Yes, and यहाँ पे the English Channel is very, very important, which separates France and England. Yes, so that is very, very important. Fine. Then India, Egypt. Abhi Egypt was also in news because first state visit to Egypt of Indian PM. और अभी Egypt में it has resulted है ना, increase in goodwill of India in Egypt. Why? Because we have exported wheat to Egypt. Egypt is the world's largest importer of wheat, but because of Russia-Ukraine war, they were facing shortage of wheat, and wheat was available only at high prices. So it is in this context, when India exported wheat to Egypt, it was seen as a major goodwill gesture by India vis-a-vis Egypt. और वैसे हमने पहले NAM co-found कर रखा है. So we have traditional history of cooperation. Yes. Key highlights: the relations were elevated to strategic partnership. Indian Prime Minister was conferred with Order of Nile Award, which is the highest state honor in Egypt. Then Prime Minister visited Al Hakim Mosque, an important cultural site for Dawoodi Bohra community, which has now shifted, primarily they live in Gujarat. Yes, Dawoodi Bohras are known for one of their religious practices against females, they are quite infamous for that. Anyways, we are members of NAM and G77. Egypt is quite strategically located. Yes, it is located. Africa है एक तरफ, दूसरी तरफ West Asia या Arabian Peninsula ऊपर, Mediterranean Sea and Europe. Yes, boost defense industries. Egypt is interested in procuring defense equipments like light combat aircraft, Tejas missiles like Akash. Energy security, oil and gas exporter है. Yes, once again, Suez Canal and Aqaba, Gulf of Aqaba, Gulf of Suez and Egypt. ठीक है, ये जो इन्होंने हला एब ट्रायंगल डिस्प्यूटेड लिखा हुआ है, ये एक बार चेक करना किसके बीच में डिस्प्यूटेड है. मोस्ट लाइकली बिटवीन सुदान एंड इजिप्ट, बट फिर भी एक बार चेक कर लेना. यस, आईमैक कॉरिडोर वगैरह जो हमने पढ़ा है वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है ना. तो प्लीज गो बैक, है ना, जो भी हमने पढ़ा है उसको रिवाइज करना है. Nobody can guess exactly what is going to come, but then we have covered some important topics, some important points which are likely to come. तो preparation कर रहे हो तो it will be important. Green Strategic Partnership. India and Denmark have reviewed progress of Green Strategic Partnership, which was signed in 2020. Yes, it is to advance political cooperation, expand economic relation, green growth, create jobs, strengthen cooperation on addressing global challenges and opportunity. Focus of it is implementation of Paris Agreement and UN Sustainable Development Goals. देखो, क्वेश्चन अगर पूछना चाहे तो इस पे ऐसा आएगा कि ग्रीन स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप किस देश के साथ साइन कर रखा है. यस, डेनमार्क और नॉर्डिक और स्कैंडिनेवियन कंट्री है ना, और उनका फोकस होता है सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट. यस, तो इसीलिए दिस इज अबाउट पॉलिटिकल कोऑपरेशन, इट इज अबाउट द एंटायर गैमेट ऑफ रिलेशन, है ना. डेनमार्क के साथ डिफेंस टाइज थोड़ा मुश्किल है सोच पाना, लेकिन आप क्या सोचते हो, पॉलिटिकल कोऑपरेशन, इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन पे बात होगी. फॉर अस दिस इज मोर और लेस द एंटायर गैमेट ऑफ रिलेशन, दो इट इज रेफर्ड टू एज स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप, बट ग्रीन वर्ड है, तो इस वजह से क्या, पेरिस अग्रीमेंट एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल पे फोकस होगा. यस, सो दिस पार्टनरशिप इज, है ना, यूनिक सॉर्ट. कहीं पे भी हम ग्रीन स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप नहीं सुनते. So we have signed this partnership with Denmark. Of course, the focus is implementation of Paris Agreement and UN Sustainable Development Goals. फिर क्या है, स्ट्रैटेजिक वाटर पार्टनरशिप. अब वाटर पार्टनरशिप ये भी कुछ यूनिक है. स्ट्रैटेजिक वाटर पार्टनरशिप वो किसके साथ साइन किया है, नेदरलैंड्स के साथ. यस, वो साइन बिटवीन मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति in India and Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. This aims to leverage the Dutch expertise in sustainable water programs. Yes, India कैसा, India has large fresh water या potable water resources, but since our population is so very large, yes, so we are one country which is at the face of a water crisis. यस द वर्ल्ड इज, कहते हैं ना, अब नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर अगर होगा तो वो वाटर वॉर होगा, या साउथ एशिया में जो वॉर्स होंगे वो वाटर वॉर्स होंगे. यस, सो दो वी हैव गुड एक्सेस टू टू ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, पोर्टेबल वाटर, fresh water supplies, but then given the large population we are facing, we are at the brink of, है ना, अभी कर्नाटका में है, everywhere है ना, you find water crisis happening. So sustainable water management, so in fact we cooperate vis-a-vis Israel on sustainable water management practices, and also with Netherlands. Yes. Fine. नेक्स्ट इज नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी. नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी मोदी गवर्नमेंट के अंडर लॉन्च हुआ है. इसके साथ अगर गुजराल डॉक्ट्रिन भी पता होना चाहिए. गुजराल डॉक्ट्रिन, आई के गुजराल, व्हेन ही वाज दी, आई एम ऑल्सो गेटिंग कंफ्यूज, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर आई थिंक सो, है ना, इट वाज लॉन्च्ड. ठीक है. और यू अंडर गुजराल डॉक्ट्रिन यू फाइंड एम्फेसिस ऑन principle of non-reciprocity. That is the key feature, and that feature has been also got into neighborhood first policy for that matter. लेकिन गुजराल डॉक्ट्रिन पता होना चाहिए. फिर नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी, नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी 2014 में लॉन्च हुआ था. यस, और इस पॉलिसी के क्या है, 4 टेनेट्स. लॉजिकल है, पॉलिटिकल एंड डिप्लोमेटिक प्रायोरिटी, उनको जो रिसोर्सेज चाहिए फॉर देयर डेवलपमेंट, द नेबरिंग कंट्रीज विल हैव एक्सेस टू दोज रिसोर्सेज. देन कनेक्टिविटी पे फोकस है, ऑल राउंड कनेक्टिविटी पे फोकस है. एंड लास्ट, all this should culminate into they supporting India-led regionalism, a model of India-led regionalism. Otherwise, uske beyond we say that this approach focuses on consultative non-reciprocal. Why principle of non-reciprocity has been brought in. Consultative non-reciprocal outcome-oriented approach with India's neighboring countries. And it uses the emphasis on 5 S's: Samman, Samvad, Shanti, Samriddhi and Sanskriti for better engagement. Fine. So in 2021, the largest export market for India in the region was Bangladesh, followed by Nepal and Sri Lanka. And China's overall trade is 65% higher than India with this region. Why? Because poor ties है ना, जैसे पाकिस्तान के साथ ट्रेड बैन है. यस, नॉन टेरिफ बैरियर्स भी हैं. यस, देन पुअर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हाई लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट, इनफॉर्मल ट्रेड एक्सेट्रा. देन यू हैव BRI. BRI 2013 में लॉन्च किया गया था, ब्रेन चाइल्ड ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग. Yes, 2023 marks 10-year anniversary. Yes, or recently Italy has also withdrawn. Italy was the only G7 country to have joined BRI. Yes, अब ये हमें सब पता है BRI के बारे में. I don't think so I need to talk much. Yes, BRI में क्या है? BRI to revive the ancient Silk Route. BRI is also known as OBOR, and there are 2 components. One is SREB and one is 21st Century Maritime Silk Route. SREB stands for Silk Road Economic Belt. Yes, और ये OBOR क्या है? One Belt, One Road Initiative. Belt stands for continental connectivity and road stands for maritime connectivity. Yes, fine. And it is primarily state led. हमने ये सब डिस्कस किया PGII के कंटेक्स्ट में. We had also indirectly discussed BRI, है ना. तो BRI का एक what is the reason BRI was launched? That is also important, maybe, है ना, in explanation sort of a thing they might ask. To overcome China's Malacca dilemma, because it provides alternative access into Indian Ocean through Gwadar and Kyaukphyu port. ये मैंने पहले बताया है. उसके अलावा why it was launched? Because they had surplus infrastructure building capacity, while infrastructure demand within China was almost exhausted. So they wanted to find new markets for their infrastructure building industry. Yes, it is also part of China's death diplomacy. It is at times known as the 21st century Marshall Plan. Marshall Plan क्या था? Post World War II, US under Marshall Plan decided to give economic aid to Europe, है ना, for their development. तो वही वैसा ही है कुछ. Fine, so it is in this context. Yes, फिर इसमें मेजर फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है CPEC, which will connect Xinjiang province with Gwadar port. Xinjiang province is a restive province, वहाँ पे युघुर insurgency है. Yes, and it passes through India's claimed territory of Gilgit-Baltistan. This is one of the reasons we have not joined BRI. To counter BRI, PGII by G7, उसका पहले नाम था B3W. Yes, and Global Gateway Initiative, European Union Infrastructure Building Plan है ये. Yes, maybe you can read a bit on global, है ना. Gateway Initiative, just know एक दो कुछ points जो पता हो, and then IMEC and INSTC. तो INSTC is this. IMEC we have studied. INSTC. INSTC is the alternative route of connectivity between India and Europe. Yes, so alternative route of connectivity which aims to connect, we say, the Arabian Sea with Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf with Caspian Sea, and then with Europe via Moscow and St. Petersburg. But Astrakhan is also important node, so you should know Astrakhan as well. ठीक है. तो इनफैक्ट जो INSTC कॉरिडोर है उसमें हम 3 कॉरिडोर्स बोलते हैं. एक है सेंट्रल, एक है वेस्टर्न, एक है ईस्टर्न. सो सेंट्रल क्या है? दिस इज द सेंट्रल कॉरिडोर विच वी शो, विच यू आर सीइंग ऑन द मैप्स इज द सेंट्रल कॉरिडोर. ठीक है. एक वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर की भी बात करते हैं. आई डोंट एक्सपेक्ट अ क्वेश्चन देयर, जस्ट आई एम टेलिंग यू. एक वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर की भी बात करते हैं. लॉजिकली वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर मतलब क्या है? वेस्ट में होगा, सेंट्रल के वेस्ट में होगा. Yes, so the Western Corridor aims to connect Iran with Azerbaijan through a rail network. Or Western Corridor has been in news because recently Iran has signed an agreement with Russia, yes, to develop this rail network which will connect Iran to Azerbaijan's rail network. क्या हो रहा है? क्योंकि रशिया को भी सैंक्शंस है. ईरान हैज बीन इन अंडर सैंक्शन सिंस 2003. रशिया since 2014 and more so since 2022, February 2022. So they are tired of these Western sanctions, and it is in this context they want to revive INSTC corridor. So INSTC corridor को revive करने के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं वो? Western corridor to INSTC they are focusing on. तो they are trying to bolster connectivity of Iran with Azerbaijan's rail network. तो अब कैसे उसका रेल नेटवर्क से कनेक्टिविटी करें? बाय डेवलपिंग रेल इन ईरान. सो ईरान में रेल डेवलप करेगा, रशिया विल इन्वेस्ट, विच विल कनेक्ट ईरान टू अजरबैजान्स रेल नेटवर्क. ठीक है. सो दैट इज द आइडिया. सो इट वाज इन न्यूज. और एक इसका वेस्टर्न पता है तो ईस्टर्न कॉरिडोर. ईस्टर्न कॉरिडोर क्या करेगा? कनेक्ट इंडिया विथ द 3 सेंट्रल एशियन रिपब्लिक्स. कौन से 3? इस साइड चाइना के बॉर्डर पे कजाकिस्तान, किर्गिस्तान एंड तजिकिस्तान. Yes, so it will connect India to these 3 Central Asian countries and then to Europe. और यहाँ पे भी जो वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर है प्राइमरी ईरान टू अजरबैजान. यस, लेकिन ईरान को इंडिया से कनेक्ट करेंगे और अजरबैजान के थ्रू यूरोप. यस, फाइन. सो दैट इज द आइडिया. फाइन. सो दीज आर द सेंट्रल, वेस्टर्न एंड ईस्टर्न कॉरिडोर. एंड INSTC कॉरिडोर का यू शुड नो फ्यू डेटा, क्योंकि अभी INSTC पे जब इंडियाज फॉरेन मिनिस्टर हैड आल्सो गॉन टू Moscow, there was talk about INSTC corridor once again. INSTC corridor, they had envisaged INSTC corridor in the year 2000. In the year 2000, Russia, India, and Iran thought that we should create something known as INSTC, an alternative route of connectivity. Ultimately, it was in 2002 that India, Russia, and Iran signed an agreement to develop INSTC. And presently, now you find 10 more countries have joined this agreement. Which are these 10 more countries? You have 3 CARs है इसमें, है ना? 3 CARs में क्या है? You have Kazakhstan, ताजिकिस्तान एंड किर्गिस्तान, ये जो चाइना के साथ जिनका बॉर्डर है, these 3 Central Asian republics. फिर you see रशिया, बेलारस, यूक्रेन, सीरिया, है ना? रशिया, बेलारस, यूक्रेन, एटलीस्ट यू कैन रिमेम्बर ये 3 कंट्रीज है ना, जो यूरोप में एक साथ ही हैं, लाइन से हैं ये कंट्रीज. यस. देन यू हैव अजरबैजान एंड अर्मीनिया. अजरबैजान एंड अर्मीनिया द कॉकेशियन नेशंस. जॉर्जिया ने नहीं साइन किया है, लेकिन अजरबैजान एंड अर्मीनिया हैव साइंड. देन यू हैव टर्की, ओमान and Syria. Turkey, Oman and Syria. Fine. So these are the 10 countries. Uske beyond, Bulgaria is an observer. Yes. And in the past few years, these Baltic states, Latvia and Lithuania, have also shown interest to join INSTC corridor. Latvia and Lithuania have also shown interest. Fine. And this is going to be a much shorter route than the traditional route, which passes through Bab el-Mandeb, Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean Sea, via North Sea and Baltic Sea. Yes. Fine. It was, but now they are trying to overcome it. Because both Russia and Iran are in fact cooperating to develop it further. In fact, today, now India has also said, India wants to link Chabahar port to Bandar Abbas. है ना? Chabahar port को भी connectivity में ले आएंगे INSTC में. पहले INSTC में Bandar Abbas was envisaged, but now they want to link Chabahar to INSTC as well. हाँ? इट्स ओके. गोर्नो काराबाग का कोई इतना मेजर वो नहीं है ना. बेसिकली अब नाउ फॉर देम व्हाई इट इज बीइंग फोकस्ड, बिकॉज रशिया एंड ईरान बोथ फेस सैंक्शंस एंड इंडिया हैज गुड रिलेशन विद ईरान एंड रशिया. yes, we want to develop de-dollarization. US sanctions is a cause of pain for everyone. Yes, so the world is, US is no longer the hegemon it used to be once, and we are not willing to abide by unilateralism of US. The world will not live under unilateral dictates of US. Yes. अब इसका यही है, transportation cost down by 30%. Yes, transportation time will also be reduced, carriage cost will be reduced, transit time less than 25 from 40 days. India will get access to Central Asia. Yes, reduce the dependence on current trading partners. BRI for India, it will be very, very useful. Hai na? INSTC and IMEC are two important corridors to increase our connectivity. And connectivity with Europe is important. Hai na? And via Central Asia, via West Asia, these are important trading partners. So यहाँ पे we cannot remain dependent of trade passing through choke points. है ना? For example, in 2021 also, अभी तो Suez Canal पे because of Houthi rebels, और उससे पहले भी 2021 में एक ship had got stranded, है ना? तो वहाँ पे फिर से blockage हो गया था. Yes, so we cannot be dependent on trade on such choke points. Then you have the Northern Sea route. This is a very, very important route. Russia is taking a lead to develop this route. Yes, this route. How do I go to? In fact, this northern sea route will connect Bering Strait to Barents Sea. It connects Bering Strait to it connects Bering Strait to uh, Barents Sea, and it passes, this route will pass through these four seas. Yes, the Barents Sea, the Kara Sea, the Laptev Sea, and यहाँ Chumsky Sea है. Yes, it is mentioned in your notes. So you find these three seas and these four seas it will pass through, and this route is being developed primarily leadership of Russia. Why? Because this route will pass through the sovereign waters of Russia. Plus, Russia is the only country in the Arctic region which has nuclear powered icebreakers. Yes, no other country have nuclear powered icebreakers but Russia. So Russia can play a prominent role क्योंकि ये Arctic Ocean है which remains frozen. But now opportunity has presented itself and because of climate change. However, also this region is going to be rich in fossil fuel reserves. Yes, but it raises concerns vis-a-vis also climate change, furthering of melting of Arctic Ocean. So that is also an associated concern, but this is the region it will pass through. अच्छा, ये जैसे मुर्मांस्क port is very, very important. It is a very important port of Russia which remains ice bound for majority of the year. Yes, Murmansk on and off कभी कभी न्यूज में आता रहता है. You should be aware of Murmansk. You should be aware of these four seas. You have very important is Magadan. Magadan is known for, I think so, coal reserves, very rich in coal reserves. Yes, Yakutsk is also in the Siberian region, very, very cold place. है ना. व्लाडिवोस्टॉक जनरली न्यूज में रहता है. तो मुर्मांस्क, व्लाडिवोस्टॉक एंड और वो मगादान एटलीस्ट यू शुड नो. यस, कमचटका पेनिनसुला पे उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछ रखा है. ठीक है, शैखलिन आइलैंड्स कल बताया था, वहीं पे ये है कमचटका पेनिनसुला. दिस इज कमचटका पेनिनसुला. Yes, so you have to know Kamchatka Peninsula, Murmansk, Vladivostok, and Magadan also maybe. Yes, and just look into Yekaterinburg. है ना, येकातेरिनबर्ग में समिट हुआ था ब्रिक्स का फर्स्ट. उफा, जस्ट लुक इनटू, अगर कोई भी ऐसा आपको दिखता है जो न्यूज में है, यू कैन, इट विल बी रिकैप्चुलेटेड. Fine, you can see here Belarus with whom we are very, Russia has good relation, Ukraine. Yes, ये दिस इज एस्टोनिया, लातविया, लिथुआनिया, और यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा कैलिनगार्ड जो रशिया का टेरिटरी है ना, इन द ओपनिंग इन द बाल्टिक सी. फाइन, सो दैट यू शुड नो. सी ऑफ अखोस्त, ये सब कल सी ऑफ जापान वगैरह देखा था हमने. फाइन, हाँ. कमिंग बैक, ठीक है. तो रशिया इज इन टॉक्स विथ इंडिया टू डेवलप नदर्न सी रूट. वी आर सपोर्टिंग डेवलपमेंट ऑफ नदर्न सी रूट. Northern Sea Route is also known as Northeast Passage. It will connect eastern and western parts of the Arctic Ocean and lies within Russia's EEZ. Yes, it is a 5,600 kilometer route. It runs from Barents Sea to Bering Strait. It spans 4 seas of the Arctic Ocean. Yes, Kara, Laptev, East Siberian and Chukchi Sea. It is the shortest shipping route between Europe and countries of Asia Pacific. है ना, एशिया पैसिफिक एंड यूरोप के बीच में 1/3 of the distance of the traditional route through Suez. And we are seeking to engage in this route via developing Vladivostok Chennai sea link. है ना, ये हमने या आपने वैसे भी पढ़ा होगा. Yes, so Chennai Vladivostok Maritime Corridor Project, it is also known as Chennai Vladivostok Sea Link. It is also known as Eastern Maritime Corridor. Yes, very very important between India and Russia. Please know the various names. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि Eastern Maritime Corridor बोला तो समझ में नहीं आया. Yes, तो अगर आता है तो simple question है, you should know. Between Russia and China is Russia and India is organized through international container transit through NSR, and it passes through Sea of Japan, South China Sea and Malacca Strait. Yes, you can locate it on the map as well. In the PPT that I have shared, वहाँ पे you can see the Sea of China, Sea of Japan, South China Sea and Malacca Strait. That तो South China Sea में इस वजह से भी हमारा stake है with respect to freedom of navigation. Yes, so if somebody asks you what is India's stake with South China Sea, 50% of India's trade with Indo-Pacific passes through, plus Chennai Vladivostok Sea Link passes through. Yes, then you have Israel-Hamas war. These two Operation Iron Sword and Operation Tufan al-Aqsa would be important. Operation Tufan al-Aqsa was the operation conducted by Hamas on Israel, the terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel. And Operation Iron Sword is the response of Israel to the attack by Hamas. Yes, अब इसका ये कुछ इन्होंने हिस्ट्री बता रखा है. बेल्फर डेक्लेरेशन very very important. It is this declaration through which Britain said that it wants to create a national homeland for Jews in Palestine. Yes, and through Sykes-Picot Agreement, Palestine had become a mandate of Britain. After World War I, Sykes-Picot Agreement एक था. Yes, 1916, signed between France and Britain, through which they agreed to distribute the territories of Ottoman Empire amongst themselves. Yes, Ottoman Empire which had lost and fallen during World War I. तो Ottoman Empire का part था Palestine. So Palestine became a British mandate. Then and through Balfour Declaration they said Britain wants to create a national homeland for Jews in Palestine. It led to large scale migration of Jews from around the world into Palestine. These Jews started entering into conflict with the local Arab population. Yes, finally in 1947, UN was formed in 1945. Yes, in 1947, UN voted, majority of the countries of UN voted to split Palestine into Israel and Palestine. ठीक है. However, this vote was rejected by the Arab states. Why? Because Palestinian people were not asked. Suddenly, how can UN decide that my country is to be divided? Yes, what gave right if suddenly UN decides India is to be divided between these two countries? Will it be acceptable to us? How can foreigners come into India and then claim a part of the territory of India. So similar was the case with Palestine. In fact, अभी फिलहाल हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने कहा है ना कि दिस that the right of self determination, है ना, their right, Palestinian right of statehood was taken away from them. So we need to not forget कि historic injustice with the Palestinian people in context of Israel Hamas war. ठीक है, तो अभी वही है कि उनसे पूछे बिना they decided to split the state of Palestine into two countries, just as Britishers did with India. Before partitioning of India, they left India. Similarly with Palestine, before partitioning of Palestine into Israel and Palestine, British ended its mandate. As soon as Britain ended its mandate of Palestine, Israel declared itself as an independent country in May 1948. Once Israel declared itself to be an independent country, immediately UN recognized Israel. Consequently, the Arab nations who were unhappy with this division of Palestine declared war on Israel. Yes, so 1948 war is the first Arab-Israel war that takes place, and in this war, Israel won. Yes, also Israel was able to capture more territory of Palestine. ठीक है, उसके बाद इनका नेक्स्ट वॉर होता है 1956 में. Yes, second Arab-Israel war, which was actually a war led by Britain and France. Yes, Britain and France over nationalization of Suez Canal by Egypt. इसमें Israel also joined Britain and France. This war maybe it marks the decline of Britain and France as powers of West Asia. फिर next war होता है 1967 war. It is a 6-day preemptive war launched by Israel. Yes, in which Israel makes major territorial gains, including the Golan Heights of Syria, Sinai Peninsula भी capture कर लेता है Israel, Sinai Peninsula of Egypt, and West Bank and Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, which was that time under control of Jordan. ठीक है, वो सब ये सारे टेरिटरीज गेन करके जीत जाता है ये वॉर. नेक्स्ट इन 1973 there is a surprise war launched by the Arab countries, primarily Egypt, Syria and Jordan, to get back their territory. It was not for Palestinian cause, but उनके अपने अपने territories वो ले ले. So it was Yom Kippur war because it was launched on this religious day of Yom Kippur, religious day for Jews. Yes, and this war also they lost and Israel won. With this, Arab world realized they cannot win wars against Israel. Yes, and it was a major war. Yom Kippur war is also one of the proxy wars of Cold War, क्योंकि Israel was supported by US and Egypt and Syria were supported by USSR. ठीक है, तो this was the war that took place. And 1987, Hamas is formed after the first intifada to resist Israeli occupation of Gaza, West Bank and East Jerusalem. लेकिन Hamas comes to power in Gaza Strip only in 2003. उससे पहले वो power में नहीं आते. Yes, फिर 1994 through Oslo Accord, एक बहुत important accord था, Oslo Accord between Israel and Palestine, through which Israel agreed to creation of Palestinian Authority. Yes, as an interim governing authority to govern Gaza Strip and West Bank. ठीक है, एंड एक इनके बीच में एक ऑस्लो अकॉर्ड होता है जो 1993 में होता है एक्चुअली. Yes, Oslo Accord happens in 1993. Palestinian Authority is created in 1994. उससे पहले होता है एक Madrid Peace Conference. Madrid Peace Conference between Palestine and Israel. And in this, Israel accepts two-state solution. ठीक है, तो ये कुछ important accords आप लिख लो. Madrid Peace Conference 1991, sorry. Madrid Peace Conference 1991. है ना, 91, yes, through which Israel accepted two-state solution. For the first time, Israel accepted two-state solution. इंडिया ने कब नॉर्मलाइज किया था रिलेशन विथ इजराइल? 1992. Why we normalized relation with Israel? One of the factors was Madrid peace conference. क्योंकि इजराइल मान गया था टू स्टेट सोल्यूशन, but they never got it enforced or implemented. In theory, they had agreed to two-state solution. 1993, Palestinian Authority was also created. है ना? Yes. With some other landmark agreements, as I told you, Egypt, हमने कल discuss किया था, Egypt was the first country to normalize ties with Israel, and it happened through the Camp David Accord. 1978 Camp David Accord, which was mediated. कौन mediate करेगा? US. सब कुछ mediate US करेगा. Yes, mediated by US. It resulted in normalization of relations between Israel and Egypt, and through it Israel agreed to return Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. है ना, Egypt got Sinai Peninsula and in return it normalized relations with Israel. फिर हुआ जॉर्डन इजराइल पीस ट्रीटी, है ना, सेकेंड कंट्री वाज जॉर्डन. तो जॉर्डन इजराइल पीस ट्रीटी 1994 किसने मीडिएट किया? यूएस ने, through which Jordan normalized relations. Then you have Arab Peace Initiative. Last year इस पे क्वेश्चन आया था, अरब पीस इनिशिएटिव. अरब पीस इनिशिएटिव क्या है? It was drawn by Saudi Arabia, है ना, it was invoked by Saudi Arabia, given by Saudi Arabia, whereby it said that it will normalize its relations with Israel provided Israel implements two-state solution and returns Palestine the territories that it has occupied in the 1967 war. Yes, so 1967 war की जो territorial gain है उसको return कर दे, and Israel implements two-state solution. Until Israel does so, Saudi Arabia is not going to normalize relations with Israel. Yes, and this is how, है ना, Saudi Arabia has yet not normalized relations with Israel. Yes, so in exchange for Palestinian statehood agreement and a complete Israeli withdrawal from 1967 captured territory. Then now came Abraham Accord. I had mentioned it in the last class. Abraham Accord is once again an agreement between US, UAE and Israel, which was signed August 2020 में. UAE became the third Arab country, first Gulf state to normalize ties. उसके बाद बहरीन ने और उसके बाद मोरक्को ने. सुदान ने भी कहा था कि ये agreement sign करेंगे, but the agreement has not yet been signed. तो in fact 5 Arab countries have normalized relation: Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Bahrain and Morocco. And we had studied Bahrain has also withdrawn, called back its ambassador from Israel in context of Israel-Hamas conflict. Yes? Fine. India's क्या stand है? We support two-state solution. India भी एक समय, है ना, until 2017 India used to also emphasize on 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. But now we have stopped emphasizing on that. We now just emphasize on two-state solution whereby a viable state of Palestine is created. ठीक है, viable state of Palestine ही बोलते हैं बस. India had voted against UN partition plan. We never supported partition of Palestine and Israel's admission to UN. India formally recognized Israel in 1950, established diplomatic relations in 1992. Yes, from 2017 we have followed a policy of de-hyphenation. De-hyphenation का मतलब क्या है? Independent relations with both Israel and Palestine, है ना, irrespective of our, है ना, our relations with Israel remains irrespective of our support to Palestinian cause, and our deep cooperation with Israel does not impact our support for Palestinian cause. फिर ऑपरेशन अजय वाज अ रेस्क्यू मिशन, है ना, टू get back the Indian nationals from Israel in context of Israel-Hamas war. टू स्टेट सोल्यूशन अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट क्यों नहीं हुआ? क्योंकि इसराइल नहीं चाहती है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना, है ना। इसराइल ने कैप्चर कर लिया है टेरिटरी, अब उसको जरूरत ही नहीं है इम्प्लीमेंट करने की। दे आर नॉट अग्रीइंग। इनफैक्ट वही द डिलेमा इज, जो यूएन का पार्टीशन प्लान था 1947, इट टॉक्ड अबाउट क्रिएटिंग टू स्टेट्स of Palestine and Israel. But Palestinian people never accepted this creation of two states because they said Israel is also my territory. So they did not, basically they were rejecting creation of Israel. But today it has so happened that majority of the territory has gone to Israel, and Palestine is left with very limited territory of Gaza Strip and West Bank, और वो भी occupied है ना, उसमें भी इलीगल सेटलमेंट्स करता रहता है इसराइल। सो इसराइल इज अनविलिंग टू, एंड यूएस इज एन आर्डेंट सपोर्टर। आज के दिन 2012 में पैलेस्टीन रेज द डिमांड, दे हैव नॉट इवन बीन ग्रांटेड recognition. It is not recognized as a member country of UN. Yes, because now there are extremist groups like Hamas, which is in operation. Hamas believes that two-state solution will never come to be until and unless Israel is militarily defeated. Yes, तो वही है कि everyone is self-interested. Jewish population acts like a caucus. they है ना, जो Jewish diaspora है वो यूएस पॉलिटिक्स को बहुत इन्फ्लुएंस करता है। फिर इसराइल का लोकेशन इज ऑल्सो वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक, मेडिटेरेनियन सी, तो वही है ना, अफ्रीका, यूरोप, एशिया, है ना। सो दैट इज हाउ, एंड दे हैव कैप्चर्ड अ लॉट ऑफ टेरिटरी. So you find also the Arab countries now are willing to normalize relations with Israel, but they realize Palestinian issue is a dead cause. Yes, and they are seeking technological cooperation with Israel, which is technologically, defense wise, quite advanced as a country. मत करो, आईएनए को कैसे कंपेयर करोगे हमास के साथ? हमास, देखो हमास को बहुत कंट्रीज ने, इसराइल, अब तो यूएस, ईयू, सब ने टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिक्लेयर कर दिया है ना। आईएनए इज अ वेरी रेस्पेक्टफुल, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी बनाई थी, दो, है ना। दे ऑल्सो मिलिटरीली, उनको इमीडिएट सक्सेस नहीं मिला, लेकिन बहुत लोग कहते हैं इट वॉज बिकॉज ऑफ हिज रोल that eventually India was able to get independence. So we'll not draw such comparisons, है ना, कोई ज़रूरत भी नहीं है हमें कंपेयर करने की, तो नहीं, इस तरह के कंपैरिजंस मत ही करो। इंडिया हैज स्टिल नाउ बट नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज, हम हमास ने जो अटैक किया उसको टेररिस्ट अटैक बोलते हैं, लेकिन हमास को वी हैव येट नॉट डिक्लेयर्ड एज अ टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो बी केयरफुल, इंडिया हैज येट नॉट डेजिग्नेटेड हमास एज अ टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एंड हमास इज अ प्रॉक्सी ऑफ ईरान. ईरान से बहुत सपोर्ट मिलता है हमास को. इनफैक्ट ये अटैक में भी कहा जाता है कि इट वाज ईरान विच हैड सपोर्टेड हमास. एक सेकंड,
Israel refused.
सी यूएन जब एस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, तो जो यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट थे उन्होंने एक बहुत फेमस स्टेटमेंट दिया था, रूजवेल्ट ने कहा था कि यूएन विल रिमेन मेलिएबल टू व्हाट द मेंबर कंट्रीज डू. तो यूएन तो अपने आप में लिविंग एंटिटी नहीं है, यूएन के पास कोई पुलिस फोर्स नहीं है, यूएन के पास खुद के कोई पैसे नहीं है, इट हैज नो फाइनेंस ऑफ इट्स ओन, नो आर्मी ऑफ इट्स ओन. Yes, it is dependent on the member countries for cooperation and support. और यूएन में एक ही ऑर्गन है which can pass binding resolutions, which is यूएनएससी. और वो बाइंडिंग रेजोल्यूशंस कैसे पास कर सकता है? बिकॉज इट इज द ओनली ऑर्गन विच कैन टेक प्यूनिटिव एक्शन. तुम उनकी बात नहीं मानोगे तो वो तुम पे मिलिटरीली अटैक कर सकते हैं, है ना, बिगेस्ट प्यूनिटिव एक्शन. अदरवाइज ऑल्सो दे कैन फोर्स इकोनॉमिक आइसोलेशन, डिप्लोमेटिक आइसोलेशन, बहुत सारे स्टेप्स ले सकते हैं वो तुम्हारे अगेंस्ट. Now the problem is UNSC remains divided. The UN Secretary General is also calling up UNSC. Please look at the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Israel, in Gaza, है ना, in Gaza Strip. Fine. So problem वही है कि US has been vetoing. पहले US and UK were vetoing. फिर यूके ने छोड़ दिया वीटो करना, यूएस अकेला वीटो कर रहा था, और अब तो यूएस भी कॉल कर रहा है सीज फायर के लिए. बट स्टिल देन इजराइल is unwilling to listen. And until and unless US or entire P5 countries decide to take punitive action, nothing can be done against Israel. That is the shortcoming. And international organizations do not enjoy a lot of power. Enforcement mechanism कुछ नहीं होता. ICJ भी जजमेंट दे देगा, लीगली बाइंडिंग है, बट जरूरी नहीं है कंट्रीज फॉलो करें, है ना. सिर्फ एनफोर्समेंट मैकेनिज्म किसके पास है, किसके पास पावर है, दैट इज यूएनएससी. यूएनएससी में भी P5 and the P5 are not on the same page, and this is when this therefore in fact relevance of UN is once again being questioned. UN Secretary General has been raising alarm over loss of relevance of UN. So that is the problem. Fine. I've talked about Yom Kippur War as well. Now international law on war. तो ये दो है ना phrases you should know. Just ad bellum and jus in bello. Jus ad bellum is legitimate reason for a state to engage in war. So this tells us, it defines that what is the legitimate reason for which a country can go for war with another, and it finds its source in UN Charter of 1945. According to Article 2, Article 2 prohibits members from use of force against territorial integrity and political independence of any state. ठीक है, तो आप वॉर में जाओ, लेकिन वॉर इसलिए नहीं होना चाहिए कि टू डिसइंटीग्रेट अनदर कंट्री, yes, or to question the political independence of, जैसे रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर goes against Article 2 because political independence of Ukraine will come to an end. Article 51 हमने कल ही बताया था, collective defense. Yes, collective self defense या inherent right of individual self defense, है ना. self defense में भी अगर somebody attacks you, then in retaliation you can launch an attack. Yes, and jus in bello is basically चाहे जो भी वॉर हो रहा हो, but international humanitarian law needs to be respected. Jus in bello basically is known as international humanitarian law and provides rules to be followed during armed conflict. Yes, if you do not follow this law, then you are said to be engaging in war crimes. And who punishes for war crimes? ICC. Yes, International Criminal Court, which was created through Rome Statute. Yes, that is the idea, and you find that as per UN experts, Israel war on Gaza breached the international humanitarian law. There are two independent international laws on war, and jus ad bellum and jus in bello. These phrases would be important, please know them. Then the Geneva Convention and Russia-Ukraine war. Geneva Convention, once again, and a Geneva Convention, it is said that Russian troops have been accused of violating Geneva Convention in the ongoing war. It is a set of 4 treaties and 3 protocols. Yes, it has been ratified by all UN member states. UN member states kitne 193 plus 3 more countries. Yes, and the 3 protocols have also been verified. अब जिनीवा कन्वेंशन क्या है? 4 ट्रीटीज हैं. तो फर्स्ट ट्रीटी क्या कह रहा है? प्रोटेक्ट वुंडेड एंड सिक सोल्जर्स ऑन लैंड. सेकेंड ट्रीटी टॉक्स अबाउट प्रोटेक्ट वुंडेड एंड सिक सोल्जर्स ऑन शिपरेक्ट, शिप्स पे, है ना. जो शिप्स पे अगर वुंडेड एंड सिक सोल्जर्स है उनको भी प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए. थर्ड अप्लाइज टू प्रिजनर्स ऑफ वॉर, है ना. देयर बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट्स नीड्स टू बी रेस्पेक्टेड. Fourth, protect civilian, including those in the occupied territories. Yes, so you find these are the, ये क्या है? Wounded soldiers on land, wounded soldiers on sea. Then third is about prisoners of war, and fourth is with respect to protect civilians in the occupied territory. Then protocols, protocol 1 and 2 is about strengthen the protection of victims of international and non-international armed conflicts. Yes, and place limits on the ways wars are fought. And third is create an additional emblem, the red crystal, which has similar status as red cross or red crescent. ठीक है, तो ये है. फिर you find this Black Sea grain deal is also important. Black Sea grain deal was negotiated, was mediated by Turkey and UN, signed between Russia and Ukraine. Yes, Russia-Ukraine war की वजह से क्या हो रहा था? There was blockade of the Black Sea, और Black Sea is through which wheat exports takes place. है ना, आपने ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ा होगा, यूक्रेन, कुछ पार्ट्स ऑफ रशिया स्ट्रेपीज है ना, स्ट्रेपीज आर नोन फॉर व्हीट कल्टिवेशन. यूक्रेन इज द व्हीट बास्केट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. यस, सो व्हीट, इसके वजह से क्या हो गया? बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्लॉकेड ऑफ द ब्लैक सी, है ना, व्हीट एक्सपोर्ट, पेट्रोलियम एक्सपोर्ट्स वर गेटिंग ब्लॉक्ड. तो अभी ब्लैक सी ग्रेन डील, yes, it escalated, tackling escalating food prices from supply chain disruption due to effective blockage of the Black Sea, provided a safe maritime humanitarian corridor for Ukrainian exports from three of its key ports. अब ये तीनों key ports है ना are important as far as match the following. Odessa we tend to remember, but also Chernomorsk and Yuzhny or Pivdeni. Yes, these are the three ports that you should know and match the following questions के हिसाब से. The deal was for a period of 120 days and it was extended twice, but recently, and a few months back in 2023 itself, Russia had withdrawn out of the Black Deal, saying that it is not getting this easy passage. And there are barriers put in place for Russian exports. Therefore, it chose not to participate in the Black Sea grain deal. Black Sea, here we can see the Black Sea. Black Sea के littoral countries के लिए I had given you a mnemonic. Yes, burger tea. Yes, so you have Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, है ना. Yes, you have Turkey. हाँ, ये मैप ठीक नहीं है ना, ये मोल्डोवो भी नहीं है ना. इट इज बर्गर टी, तो है ना. अब मैंने वन ऑफ द पीपीटीज आई हैव गिवन द मैप, ठीक है. तो बर्गर टी में ई कुछ नहीं है, तो बी इज बुल्गारिया, रशिया, रोमानिया, B, U is Ukraine, R is Russia, G Georgia, R Romania या रशिया, जो भी रोमानिया रशिया हो गया, T is Turkey, the northern coast of Turkey, है ना. तो that is those are the littoral countries of Black Sea. फिर Black Sea में also this Kerch Strait, you can see this has been in news because यहाँ पे एक bridge build किया था रशिया ने, जिसको यूक्रेन has destroyed. Yes, so Kerch Strait connects Sea of Azov with Black Sea. Yes, and then you have all these is very important. Bosphorus Strait opens into Sea of Marmara, which through Dandalinus Strait opens into the Aegean Sea. है ना, Aegean Sea, which is a marginal sea of Mediterranean Sea. ठीक है, तो इसको मैप में अच्छे से ये याद रखना है. ठीक है, Sea of Azov, Kerch Strait, Bosphorus Strait, Sea of Marmara, and Dandalinus Strait and the Aegean Sea. Fine. Also, you can look at this map. Remember, जैसे अब लास्ट ईयर उन्होंने आई थिंक सो खेरसन एंड जपोरिजिया पे क्वेश्चन पूछा था, है ना. तो यू हैव खेरसन एंड जपोरिजिया. Kharkiv has also been in news, है ना. Kharkiv, Luhansk, Bakhmut, यस, मरीपोल पोर्ट हैज बीन इन न्यूज, तो एक बार इसको देख लेना। और ये क्रीमियन पेनिनसुला नीचे दिखाया हुआ है, यस, विच रशिया हैड एनेक्स्ड इन मार्च 2014। और वहां पे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट है, सेवास्तोपोल पोर्ट, यस, विच वॉज द होम of the Black Sea fleet of Russia. Sevastopol port, you can see, it was the home of Black Sea fleet, Black Sea fleet of Russia. Yes, or through this Black Sea fleet, it was able to extend its hegemony in the Caucasian region. ये पूरे Black Sea में, in fact, जब USSR was a superpower, it used to control two seas, Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. है ना, जब यूएसएसआर के डिसइंटीग्रेशन से ऑफ कोर्स बाल्टिक सी का कंट्रोल इट लॉस्ट, अभी वहां पे सिर्फ एक कैनन गार्ड ही है। और यहाँ पे लेकिन ब्लैक सी में दे यूज टू मेंटेन देयर हेजेमनी, देयर डोमिनेंस, लेकिन अब वो भी लॉस हो रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर। दे कैन नॉट अफोर्ड टू पे मच अटेंशन हियर, बट क्रीमियन पेनिनसुला वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। यस, क्रीमियन पेनिनसुला पे ही क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा। दे डोंट गो इनटू टू मच डिटेल विथ रेस्पेक्ट टू मार्किंग, दे आस्क सिंपल क्वेश्चन, है ना। सेवास्तोपोल पोर्ट से ज्यादा चांसेस है कि क्रीमियन पेनिनसुला पे क्वेश्चन आए। Yes, so please do not waste too much time going into too much detail also. UPSC does not get into too much detail when it comes to marking. Yes, ऊपर ऊपर से जो दिख रहा है उसी को अगर आप प्रिपेयर करके जाओगे तो भी आप कर पाओगे, है ना। Yes, so we don't need to get into every city, है ना, इनका एकदम रिलेटिव लोकेशन या एकदम डिटेल में नहीं करना है। अच्छा, एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रिवर विच फ्लोज थ्रू यूक्रेन इज द निप्रो रिवर, which in fact drains into Black Sea. Yes, in fact आप ये सर्च कर लेना गूगल पे, ब्लैक सी में कौन कौन से यूरोपियन रिवर्स ड्रेन, इंपॉर्टेंट रिवर्स ड्रेन इनटू ब्लैक सी, है ना। आई थिंक सो 5 रिवर्स ड्रेन इनटू ब्लैक सी, तो वो एक बार गूगल सर्च कर लेना, विच आर द रिवर्स ड्रेनिंग इनटू ब्लैक सी। ठीक है, इन कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ दिस रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर, स्कॉच्ड अर्थ टैक्टिक, स्कॉच्ड अर्थ टैक्टिक, एज यू गो ऑन विनिंग टेरिटरी यू डिस्ट्रॉय एवरीथिंग, है ना, विच कैन बी ऑफ यूज टू योर एनिमी। ठीक है, तो यू विल बर्न डाउन द ब्रिजेस, ब्लास्ट द रोड्स, है ना, कोई एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड है उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दोगे, कोई ग्रेनरी है उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दोगे, ताकि व्हेन द सोल्जर्स ऑफ द enemy nation walks into that area, they find nothing to support them. Yes, so that is the scorched earth tactic. Harming civilians as part of this tactic violates the Geneva Convention. उसका additional protocol basically harm करता है, को क्या violate करता है। And in India, Chhatrapati Shivaji was known for his scorched earth tactic. और फिर डर्टी बॉम्ब वाज आल्सो इन न्यूज, है ना। रशिया अक्यूज्ड यूक्रेन ऑफ कंटिन्यूइंग वर्क ऑन डर्टी बॉम्ब। डर्टी बॉम्ब क्या है? अ बॉम्ब दैट कंटेन्स radioactive material and it is dirty in nature, it is not pure, it is not either conventional bomb or a nuclear bomb. तो कुछ radioactive material but not as purified and not as refined, plus the conventional bomb. So conventional bomb blast होगा तो the radioactive material will also spread. Yes, so that is, it makes them cheaper and quicker than to make nuclear weapons. Then you have North Sea Summit. First North Sea Summit was held in 2022. तो ये एक नया summit है जो होने लगा है. And the second North Sea Summit was held in 2023. 2022 में it was held in Denmark and 2023 में it has been held in Belgium. Yes, and North Sea Summit किसके बीच में होता है? जो भी ये countries हैं surrounding the North Sea. So you can see 7 EU countries and 2 non-EU countries. 7 EU countries क्या है? एक तो आप देख सकते हो बेनीलक्स कंट्रीज, बेल्जियम, नेदरलैंड्स एंड लग्जमबर्ग. ठीक है, लग्जमबर्ग इज नॉट शोन, लेकिन ये बेल्जियम नेदरलैंड्स के इधर ही है है ना. So this is Luxembourg actually. So you have Benelux countries, ये 3 countries हो गई. France is there, Germany is there, yes, you have Denmark, yes, you have Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany. Acha, Ireland is also there. Yes, Ireland is also there. Luxembourg and Netherlands. Okay. So you have Benelux, France, Germany, Denmark, and Ireland. And then non-EU countries, 2 non-EU countries are Norway and UK. Norway and UK. Yes. So the 9 countries के बीच में ये summit हो रही है आजकल. At the end of the first summit, you find that this declaration, Epzerg declaration was released, and it was released between Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. They are all in a line if you see it on the map. Also इस मैप में ना द कील कनाल इज इम्पोर्टेंट. वर्ल्ड मैपिंग में कील कनाल इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है. कील कनाल you should have a look. North Sea is part of the Atlantic Ocean. It is located between ये सारी countries जो हमने mention किया. It is connected to Atlantic by Strait of Dover and the English Channel. It is connected to, है ना, ये थ्रू स्ट्रेट ऑफ डोवर एंड इंग्लिश चैनल. उसके अलावा भी आप ये सब देख लेना. दिस काटीगाट बे, स्कागेराक स्ट्रेट, है ना. कल हमने ऑकनी आइलैंड पे देखा था. दे वांट टू गेन इंडिपेंडेंस फ्रॉम यूके एंड जॉइन नॉर्वे. एंड देन यू हैव शेटलैंड आइलैंड. yes, you have the Irish Sea, you have the Celtic Sea. As such English channel काफी important रहता है, common भी है और important भी है. And Kiel Canal also. Kiel Canal is also important. Fine. Then you have comprehensive and progressive. This I was telling you, I think so, one of the classes that you look into the countries. So they've already mentioned which are the member countries. Recently it was in news because UK has joined as the 12th member country. Yes, UK has joined as the 12th member country. It was signed in March 2018, entered into force in December. It succeeds Trans-Pacific Partnership, and after Trump withdrew US from it. It is a free trade agreement between 11 nations. तो कौन कौन से nations हैं? ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, न्यूजीलैंड है, नॉर्थ अमेरिका है ना. नॉर्थ एंड साउथ अमेरिका में देखोगे तो यूएस, कनाडा है, यूएस हैज विड्रॉन, मेक्सिको इज देयर, चिली एंड पेरू आर देयर. Then you have in Southeast Asia, if you look, in Southeast Asia you have Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei. Yes, these are the member countries. Japan is also there. Japan is also a member of it. Fine. Then you have a Windsor framework. This is also important. Windsor framework, which has replaced Northern Ireland Protocol. Yes, Windsor framework क्या है? In 2023, UK and EU agreed to a new deal known as Windsor framework, which will replace Northern Ireland Protocol, which had led to disruption of trade between Northern Ireland and UK. Actually, क्या हुआ है? With Brexit happening, yes, now Northern Ireland is part of UK, है ना? But Northern Ireland continues to be part of the single market of EU. क्योंकि Ireland is part of EU, so Northern Ireland has also chosen to continue to be part of the common market of EU. लेकिन UK has gone for Brexit. Rest of UK has gone for Brexit. So they had to come out with a framework which will allow this arrangement to take place. Yes, so it should not happen. अभी ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. UK has come out of EU. अब यूके का गुड्स शुड नॉट वाया नॉर्दर्न आइलैंड एंटर इनटू ईयू मार्केट एट सब्सिडाइज्ड या एट जीरो टैरिफ. दैट शुड नॉट हैपन. yes, while ensuring कि Northern Ireland and UK are able to trade easily, plus Northern Ireland continues to be part of the common market of EU while ensuring UK does not illegitimately gain access to EU's market. ठीक है, तो इस वजह से कुछ फ्रेमवर्क क्रिएट हुआ. पहले हुआ नदर्न आयरलैंड फ्रेमवर्क, बट इट क्रिएटेड अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर ट्रेड बिटवीन यूके एंड नदर्न आयरलैंड. सो नाउ दे हैव क्रिएटेड विंडसर फ्रेमवर्क. Yes, what is the feature? They have introduced two-lane system and Stormont brake. Yes, two lanes क्या है? Goods from Britain destined for Northern Ireland will travel through a new green lane with a separate red lane for goods at the risk of moving on to EU. ताकि ऐसा ना हो कि नदर्न आयरलैंड से गुड घुस जाए EU में. Yes, and there is Stormont brake. Under this, the democratically elected Northern Ireland Assembly can oppose new EU good rules that would have significant and lasting effect on everyday lives in Northern Ireland. Yes, बस ये विंडसर फ्रेमवर्क इम्पॉर्टेंट है ना. विंडसर फ्रेमवर्क जस्ट ठीक है, चलो 2 lanes and Stormont brake. Yes, Northern Ireland Protocol, it is a post-Brexit agreement that created a custom border between Northern Ireland and rest of UK. I've already told about all this. It was proposed to protect Good Friday Agreement for cross-border cooperation. Was signed between Northern Ireland, Ireland and Britain to end 30 years of violence known as the Troubles. Northern Ireland was created in 2021 and remained with UK while rest of the island became an independent state. Yes. फिर एक ये है लूसोफोन वर्ल्ड. लूसोफोन वर्ल्ड क्या है? पोर्चुगीज स्पीकिंग वर्ल्ड. इन सदर्न हेमिस्फेयर पोर्चुगीज is the most spoken language. Fine. So it has spread to 9 countries across 4 continents. Yes, it's the most spoken language in southern hemisphere. In 1996, it was known as Community of Portuguese Language Countries, also known as Lusophone Commonwealth. Yes, it is a multilateral forum, 9 member states and 32 associate observers. India is also an associate observer. फिर शटल डिप्लोमेसी. शटल डिप्लोमेसी का मतलब क्या होता है? whereby movement of diplomats will move between 2 countries when the leaders of the 2 countries are unwilling to talk to one another. है ना. वैसे देखा जाए तो शटल डिप्लोमेसी was also witnessed in case of India. है ना. जब हमने we do not use this term, तो हम जाके आगे चल के नहीं यूज करेंगे, but I can give you the example. When NSAs of the 2 countries had talked to one another, resulting in revitalization of the ceasefire agreement at the LOC. है ना. February 2021 इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान ने वापस से ceasefire agreement को revamp कर लिया था आपस में, though the leadership was not talking because of Pulwama and Balakot. Anyways, तो ये किसके context में? Japan and South Korea agreed to assume shuttle diplomacy to mend ties and move past lingering historical disputes. Washington Declaration. Washington Declaration क्या है? Washington Declaration on the 70th anniversary of US-South Korea bilateral relation, both signed Washington Declaration. अभी sign किया. Washington Declaration advocates for nuclear deterrence in the region, aiming to balance power dynamics against North Korea. ठीक है. It is different from Washington Declaration that ended the state of war. वो जो जॉर्डन और इजराइल पीस ट्रीटी है उसको भी Washington Declaration बुलाते हैं. Yes, and then spirit of Camp David, leaders of US, Japan and South Korea. And एक Camp David करके जगह है US में. Yes, where the leaders will meet. So यहाँ पे ये तीनों countries के leaders मिले and then they released the statement titled Spirit of Camp David. Yes, it was to project unity in the face of Chinese growing power and nuclear threats. So basically they continue to be the nuclear security umbrella of US, Japan and South Korea. Japan and South Korea technologically advanced. ऐसे कहा जाता है कि Japan in the blink of an eye, if it wants, it can develop a nuclear bomb, है ना? But it has chosen not to develop nuclear bomb. Why? Despite threats from North Korea. Why? Because it is under security umbrella of US. Fine. So that is the idea. Sorry. हाँ, उनके तो बहुत, उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में बहुत सारे वो आर्मी ही प्रॉपर नहीं थी ना उनकी, सेल्फ डिफेंस, मैरीटाइम सेल्फ डिफेंस फोर्स, दे वुड नॉट पार्टिसिपेट इन एक्स्ट्रा रीजनल, है ना, कन्फ्लिक्ट्स और एक्स्ट्रा रीजनल वॉर, बिकॉज उन्होंने खुद पे ही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली थी बिकॉज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड वॉर टू, है ना, पोस्ट दैट. यस. Fine. With this, we almost complete all the IR related topics. Few topics more जो security के अंदर हम discuss करेंगे. Yes. तो अब now issues related to security. International terrorism, India has ranked 13 in the latest global terrorism index. देखो ये सब क्यों important है, कौन institute release करा, you have to somehow, if you can remember, please try and remember. This is the nature of question UPSC asks. Global Terrorism Index released by Institute for Economics and Peace, and India is said to be one of the worst affected countries by terrorism. Now, what are the global various initiatives to counter terrorism? ठीक है, तो you have United Nations Global Counter Terrorism Strategy. Yes, it was adopted in the form of UN General Assembly resolution in 2006 to enhance national, regional and international efforts to counter terrorism. Yes, फिर ये है UNSC Counter Terrorism Committee. Yes, it is tasked with implementation of resolution 1373 which was adopted in 2001. Yes, the resolution requested countries to implement measures to enhance ability to counter terrorist activities at home, in the region, around the world. फिर Global Counter Terrorism Forum, India is part of it. It is an informal, apolitical, multilateral platform that facilitates open discussion among stakeholders, bringing together experts and practitioners from the world's various regions. ये सब बस जान लो, है ना. फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स हमने देखा ही है, रैट्स हमने देखा ही है. Then CCIT is very important because it was proposed by India. And we continue to emphasize that it should be at the earliest adopted. But it has yet not been adopted. Why? Because terrorism as such is a very political concept, है ना. How I define terrorism is different from how other country would define terrorism. Yes. For example, India defines terrorism as cross-border sponsored terrorism, whereas Central Asian republics define terrorism as regimes or groups which threaten the established political regimes. तो हर कोई अलग है, बहुत जैसे हम डिफाइन करते हैं टेररिज्म, कई बार यूएस के एक्शंस कैन आल्सो बी टर्म्ड एज टेररिस्ट एक्शंस, है ना. सो वही है कि आई ऑलवेज गिव दिस एग्जांपल. Bhagat Singh was a revolutionary freedom fighter from India's perspective. From British India perspective, he was a terrorist. Yes. So from which perspective? Hamas is a group fighting for justice for Palestinian, but it is a terrorist entity from Israeli perspective. Yes. So that is how terrorism is a very, very political concept. अब क्या है CCIT का, it intends to criminalize all forms of international terrorism, denial of safe haven, access to fund, arms to terrorist, financiers of terrorism. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या है, टेररिज्म ही डिफाइन नहीं कर पा रहे, तो कैसे ये सब करें. Yes, it was proposed by India in 1996 in UN General Assembly. अब डोमेस्टिक इनिशिएटिव्स क्या हैं इंडिया के टू काउंटर टेररिज्म? यू हैव अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज प्रिवेंशन एक्ट, है ना, फॉर मोर इफेक्टिव प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज of individuals and associations. फिर NIA है, which is functioning as the Central Counter Terrorism Law Enforcement Agency. Then you have NetGrid or National Intelligence Grid, which aims to provide cutting-edge technology to enhance India's counter-terror capabilities. Yes, creation of 2 new division, counter-terrorism and counter-radicalization division, and cyber and security division. ये कुछ domestic initiatives हैं. Then you have Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Yes, so as far as Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Government of Home Affairs has declared JNK, Democratic Freedom Party, as well as 9 Methi extremist organization. Methi क्या है? Majority ethnic group in Manipur. Yes, under UPA. UPA was enacted for effective prevention of unlawful activities. अब ये है ना, इसमें there is nothing much to discuss. This is quite factual. You can go through it. And कैसे वो define करते हैं key provisions of UPA, and ये तो I think so it's part of the है ना everyday preparation, the normal preparation, not much to do with current affairs there. Then private military company, वैगनार ग्रुप के कंटेक्स्ट में ये कंसेप्ट है वैगनार ग्रुप, विच इज है ना, ये क्या होते हैं, प्राइवेटली ओन्ड ऑपरेटेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं. वैगनार ग्रुप आल्सो पार्टिसिपेटेड, ये जो क्रीमियन पेनिनसुला के एनेक्सेशन के बाद है ना, ये ईस्टर्न यूक्रेन में प्रो रशियन रिबेल ग्रुप्स बिकेम एक्टिव, तो उनको सपोर्ट किया था वैगनार ग्रुप ने. रशिया ने भेजा था वैगनार ग्रुप को टू सपोर्ट द प्रो रशियन रिबेल्स, एंड रिसेंटली ऑल्सो इन केस ऑफ रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर दे वर एक्टिव. यस, और वैगनार ग्रुप का जो हेड था है ना, ही वॉज कू सॉर्ट ऑफ अ थिंग ही वॉज वर्किंग ऑन. ठीक है, तो अब ये आप पढ़ लेना. ग्रुप वॉज फर्स्ट आइडेंटिफाइड इन 2014. Also, they have operated in conflict-ridden African and Arab nations. Western countries have designated it as transnational criminal organization. Yes, prevention of money laundering. Once again, and you have generally पढ़ते हो, and now Finance Ministry has notified certain changes to PMLA Act, which was signed in 2002. The new rule has brought in practicing chartered accountants, company secretaries, and the cost and works of accountants carrying out financial transaction on behalf of their clients into the ambit of PMLA. Yes, financial transactions that would be considered for monitoring include buying and selling of immovable property. कहीं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के लिए तो नहीं कर रहे. यस, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग मतलब क्या, ब्लैक को व्हाइट, लॉन्ड्री. यस, so you dirty clothes are washed, so that is what black money into white. Managing of client money, securities and other assets, management of bank saving securities accounts. It also includes individuals functioning as formation agents, acting as director or secretary. ये और PMLA का जनरल है ना, है फैक्चुअल है, आप उसको पढ़ लो. ग्लोबल न्यूक्लियर रेगुलेशन, this I was telling you this would be important. Yes, I think so in second third class I told you this would be important. It is, एक तो CTBT से Russia has enacted a legislation to withdraw its ratification of CTBT, Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, to bring it at par with US. क्योंकि US president at that point of time, Bill Clinton, had taken the lead to get CTBT adopted, but the US Congress refused to sign it. So US has signed it, but Congress has not ratified it. So now Russia had signed and ratified it, but Russia now has passed a law through which it has withdrawn its national ratification of CTBT, bringing it at par with US. लेकिन इस वजह से ये सारे treaties बहुत important है. CTBT, PTBT, which is a precursor to CTBT. Then you have NPT, है ना, FMCT, and recent most Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. In brief, let me tell you what are they. CTBT क्या है? It bans nuclear testing for civilian or military purpose. तो अगर ये statement है तो ये statement correct है. Yes, be it for civilian or be it for military purpose, any nuclear testing is banned. Yes, and it is also known as zero yield test ban. ठीक है, ये टेक्निकल भाषा है बट ठीक है, इट इज नोन एज जीरो यील्ड टेस्ट बैन. मतलब वही है ना, नो एनर्जी शुड बी released, large energy should not be released. Now this treaty actually has been signed by 167 or 187 countries and ratified by more than 160 countries. Signed by more than 180, ratified by more than 160. But despite that it has yet not entered into force. ऐसा क्यों है? Why it has not entered into force? Yes, but it has not entered into force because there is a special entry into force clause. Yes, a special entry into force clause of the treaty which said that all nuclear capable countries of that time, मतलब in 1995, should sign and ratify this treaty. Should sign and ratify this treaty. Yes. तो क्या था इनका एंट्री इनटू फोर्स क्लॉज कि ऑल द न्यूक्लियर केपेबल कंट्रीज एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम शुड साइन एंड ratify this treaty. And at that time there were 44 countries who possessed nuclear technology. Yes, out of these 44 countries, 8 countries have either not signed or not ratified. In fact, India, Pakistan and Israel, India, Pakistan and Israel have not, I think so it is Egypt, I am forgetting. It is Israel which has I think so it is North Korea, not Israel. So it is India, Pakistan and North Korea who have not signed this treaty, and remaining 5 countries have not ratified. They have signed but not ratified. Today in this list Russia has got added, who have signed but not ratified. So presently 9 countries, and ऐसा हो गया कि अब 9 countries have not either signed or ratified. So India, Pakistan, North Korea have never signed this treaty. Others have not ratified this treaty. And this treaty created what is known as CTBTO, Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, which is based in Vienna, in Austria. Yes. Then इस treaty से पहले एक treaty आई थी, Partial Test Ban Treaty. Partial Test Ban Treaty was in fact pioneered by India. India played the very important role in getting this treaty adopted and enacted. Pioneered by India. And what does this treaty say? वो है comprehensive. So all, ये क्या ban कर रहा है actually? Test ban कर रहा है in all physical environment. Comprehensive test ban मतलब it is banning nuclear weapon test in all physical environment. Physical environment में आप test नहीं कर सकते, but the problem कि आप lab simulated test कर सकते हो. ठीक है, इसमें it bans, ये technical term है, super critical test नहीं कर सकते, but sub critical टेस्ट कर सकते हो. सुपर क्रिटिकल, क्रिटिकल आपने शब्द सुना होगा जब आप फिजिक्स में ये पढ़ रहे होगे. क्रिटिकल मास is basically the minimum mass of fissile material required for self sustaining chain reaction, है ना, बॉम्ब होने के लिए वही चाहिए. बट सुपर क्रिटिकल नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन सब क्रिटिकल टेस्ट कर सकते हो. और आज के दिन क्या है, डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज कैन अंडरटेक लैब सिम्युलेटेड टेस्ट, नो नीड फॉर फिजिकल टेस्टिंग. But this treaty ka problem is that it bans physical testing, and that is one of the reasons why we have not signed this treaty, because we say it is not comprehensive test ban. It is neither comprehensive nor test ban because it does not ban testing in lab environment. It does not ban subcritical testing. Yes. Now usse pehle ek treaty aayi thi, partial test ban treaty. In 1963, it was pioneered by India. So it also banned nuclear weapon testing in physical environment, but not all physical environment. It banned nuclear weapon testing in atmosphere, in outer space and under water. This is important, है ना? Because CTBT is in use, so PTBT automatically becomes important. In atmosphere, in outer space and underwater. इसका treaty का consequence क्या हुआ? सारी nuclear weapon testing shifted underground. Yes, therefore Pokhran 1 and 2 were conducted by India underground. पोखरान 1 का क्या नाम क्या है? पोखरान 1 का, yes, smiling Buddha. Pokhran 1 is known as smiling Buddha. It was also referred to as peaceful nuclear explosion by government of India, and it is also referred to as SNEP, subterranean nuclear explosion project. Subterranean मतलब underground nuclear explosion project. एंड 19 पोखरान 1 कब किया इंडिया ने? 1974 में. 1998 पोखरान 2 और ऑपरेशन शक्ति. नाउ दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज 2023 marked 25 years since India has become a nuclear weapon state. So nuclear doctrine of India also you should be aware. Yes, those who do not know, do a simple Google search, मिल जाएगा nuclear doctrine of India. Yes, तो वो जो 6-7 tenets है and civilian control है ना, द न्यूक्लियर कमांड अथॉरिटी कहते हैं उसको. उसमें एक पॉलिटिकल विंग है, एक एग्जीक्यूटिव विंग है. Yes, that you should be aware. Yes, it is also there in the monthly current affair magazine. If you do not want to do a Google search, monthly current affair magazine, I think so of May of Vision है ना, क्योंकि मई में ये टेस्ट किया था हमने. Yes, so May वाले मैगजीन में आपको मिल जाएगा, May 2023 में. Fine, but read through it since it was a pivotal moment and 25 years है अभी उसका. Fine. Fine. So moving ahead. Now non-proliferation treaty of 1968. Non-proliferation treaty was actually adopted in 1968, entered into force in 1970. Yes, and non-proliferation treaty, as the name suggests, it bans proliferation of nuclear weapons, proliferation amongst nation states. Yes, so this treaty in fact divided the countries of the world then into two types. Yes, nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear states. Nuclear weapon states were those countries who had developed and tested nuclear weapons before 1st January 1967. All those countries who had developed and tested nuclear weapons prior to 1st January 1967 were categorized as nuclear weapon states. So by default, these nuclear weapon states happen to be the P5 countries as well. ठीक है? And non-nuclear states, remaining other countries were non-nuclear states. What is the aim of NPT? The aim of NPT has been non-proliferation. Yes. Then second is peaceful use of nuclear energy, to promote peaceful use of nuclear energy. And third is disarmament. Yes. Now, as far as non-proliferation is concerned, there are two types of non-proliferation. One is vertical and the other is horizontal. So NPT actually bans only horizontal nuclear proliferation. Horizontal matlab amongst nation states. Vertical matlab within a country. You increase your nuclear arsenal, you develop more sophisticated nuclear weapons, more deadly nuclear weapons. So it does not talk about vertical. इसका कुछ vertical से लेना देना नहीं है, ये सिर्फ horizontal proliferation ban करता है. And one of the grounds why we say that NPT has been successful is because it is है ना, यूनिवर्सल एक्सेप्टेंस है ना. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल कंट्रीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड have signed and ratified this treaty except India, South Korea, Israel and Pakistan. All countries have signed this treaty. North Korea had once signed and then it withdrew out of the treaty. Yes. So आज के दिन 5 ही देश है दुनिया में जो इस ट्रीटी का हिस्सा नहीं है, who are not part of this treaty. Yes, and this treaty is also said to be successful because it has been indefinitely extended. है ना, पहले this treaty when it was adopted, it entered into force, it was applicable only for 25 years. So from 1970 till 1995 ही था उसका validity, but 1995 में उसको indefinitely extend कर लिया गया. And another reason why we say है ना indefinite extension in 1995, और दूसरा रीजन क्योंकि जब इसको अडॉप्ट किया गया था 1970, 1968, 1970 में एंटर इनटू फोर्स, देयर वर 5 न्यूक्लियर वेपन स्टेट्स एंड टुडे 50 years later there are only 9 nuclear weapon states. These 5 NWS plus 4 de facto, India, Pakistan, Israel and North Korea. तो ये पता चलता है कि सक्सेसफुल रही है तभी इतना कम प्रोलिफरेशन हुआ है ऑफ न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स, बिकॉज वंस इट वाज प्रेडिक्टेड बाय 1970s देयर वुड बी 20, 1980s देयर वुड बी 20 न्यूक्लियर वेपन स्टेट्स इन द वर्ल्ड. ठीक है, तो एनपीटी ऑल्सो वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और एनपीटी में क्या है, आईएईए इज अ वॉचडॉग ऑफ एनपीटी. ये हमने आईएईए डिस्कस किया था, तभी भी डिस्कस किया था. Then this treaty on prohibition of nuclear weapons, it was adopted in 2017. It entered into force very recently in 2021. Yes. And this treaty is, why it is unique? This treaty is very, very unique because it has been adopted because of the initiative of the civil society movement known as ICAN, which stands for International Campaign for Abolition of Nuclear Weapons. Because of civil society initiative, this treaty has been adopted, and this treaty comprehensively bans anything and everything to do with nuclear weapons. Their development, their testing, their storage, their use, threat to use, their transfer, कुछ भी हो वो सब कुछ बैन करती है. उसके अलावा इट प्रोवाइड्स, है ना, इट हैज प्रोविजंस फॉर remediation of the environment and victim compensation. So in case of nuclear weapon use or nuclear weapon testing, there will be environmental damage and some consequence for human life. So there is provision for victim remuneration, है ना, and environmental remediation. Yes. And it has also a very strict system of verification and safeguard, है ना. जैसे IAEA है, इसका भी अपना एक verification and safeguard mechanism है. Presently 91 states have signed, 68 have ratified, but none of the nuclear weapon states have signed or ratified. कोई भी NATO country ने sign या ratify नहीं किया है. NATO plus countries ने sign या ratify नहीं किया है, because this treaty talks about complete nuclear disarmament. If any of them sign, it will tantamount to they agreeing to destroy their nuclear arsenal. वैसा ये करेंगे नहीं, इस वजह से they have not signed it. Fine. Then you have another treaty, and a nuclear treaty, which is FMCT. Yes, Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. This treaty, unlike, देखो, NPT signed and ratified, entered into force. CTBT adopted but did not enter into force. FMCT never adopted, never entered into force. इसको अभी इसका draft भी adopt नहीं हुआ है. Yes, and FMCT क्या करता है? It bans, it plans to ban the production of the two main components of nuclear weapons, which are highly enriched uranium and plutonium. तो अगर ये एनफोर्स हो गया तो बेसिकली न्यूक्लियर वेपन स्टेट्स भी न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स नहीं डेवलप कर सकेंगे. इसलिए बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा पॉलिटिकली कंटेंशियस है, एंड दैट इज द रीजन इवन द ड्राफ्ट हैज नॉट बीन अडॉप्टेड. And everything is understood from political perspective, from self-interest perspective. So that is the idea. Fine. Yes. So this is about FMCT. FMCT के context में you can just know one more term, which is Shannon Mandate. It is negotiated under Shannon Mandate. The framework of negotiation of FMCT is Shannon Mandate. Shannon was the Canadian ambassador who proposed a framework of negotiation. So इसको negotiate Shannon Mandate के अंदर करते हैं, and it is expected to be adopted on the basis of consensus. Fine. So this would be the ultimate treaty which will in fact ban vertical proliferation. And a horizontal is through NPT, and this will be the ultimate treaty to ban vertical proliferation. Yes. उसके अलावा these were with nuclear weapons. Then there is something known as MECRs, multilateral export control regimes. Yes, with respect to export of dual technology, है ना, या nuclear technology, weapon technology, there are certain regimes, certain regulations put in place. So what are these MECRs? First one is NSG, Nuclear Suppliers Group. 2008, India got a waiver from NSG. We are not a full member of NSG. India's foreign policy aim is becoming a full member of NSG. Yes, fine. It was launched, I think so, in 1975. है ना, 1974 नहीं है, 1975 है. It was established in 1975 in response to Pokhran 1. India had conducted Operation Smiling Buddha. It was in response to that US established NSG. Yes, and today NSG comprises a group of 48 nuclear supplier countries. है ना? And the aim is to prevent export of nuclear related technology. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि ऐसे देश को एक्सपोर्ट कर दिया जाए न्यूक्लियर वेपन रिलेटेड टेक्नोलॉजी whereby they misuse it. Yes, so we could not participate in nuclear trade starting from 1975 till 2008. Yes, because we were a, और इसका membership का criteria क्या है? You have to be an NPT signatory. India is not a signatory to NPT, and that also creates problems for India becoming a full member. Presently, the full membership of India is blocked by China, because any decision has to be taken by consensus, and China particularly does not oppose India's membership, but they say कि country specific waivers मत दो, country specific entry मत दो, come out with a general criteria for how non-NPT signatories can join NSG. Yes, thereby effectively blocking us. Then there is MTCR for control of missile technology, rocket missile. So these missiles which are capable of carrying a payload of 500 kg or more over a distance of 350 kilometer or more. Yes, those missiles, those rockets, drones which are capable of carrying a payload of 500 kg or more over a distance of 350 kilometer or more. Yes, Wassenaar arrangement, conventional arms and dual use technologies के export पे rules and regulations establish करती है Australia group vis-a-vis chemical and biological weapons. ठीक है, Wassenaar arrangement is for conventional and dual use plus weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. Yes, fine. You can remember it this way. Australia group, ABC, biological and chemical weapons, Wassenaar arrangement, conventional and dual use technology, missile, you understand, and nuclear supplier group, names are self explanatory. ठीक है. Presently India is a member of all three. China is not member of either of the three. China is member only of NSG. China became a member only in 2004, but today India is not a member. Why is China denied membership in these three groups? Because China does not have a good record. It is not a responsible nation. It has supplied nuclear weapons and sensitive technology to Pakistan and North Korea. Yes. Fine. Next is the concept of nuclear weapon free zones. तो दुनिया में ऐसे regions है, they will sign nuclear weapon free zone agreement to further bolster है ना prevention of nuclear weapon proliferation for their own safety. क्योंकि nuclear weapon if used, it will result in self destruction, annihilation of human race. Yes. So therefore, so you find that there are 5 such treaties to establish nuclear weapon free zone, and you can know Treaty of Bangkok for Southeast Asia. If you can remember them, very good, otherwise okay. Now we do not expect question here, लेकिन ये important एक अच्छा concept है nuclear weapon free zone, and ये जो treaties sign हुई है इस context में. Yes, at least for ASEAN you remember Treaty of Bangkok, but go through it, है ना, पढ़ते रहो अगर आया तो. And then you have something known as Outer Space Treaty of 1967. It prohibits placing nuclear weapons in space. Then you have fissile material, मैंने बता दिया. And then there is this group of treaties, है ना, which are known as START treaties. Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. They were a bilateral treaty between Russia and US so as to control their nuclear weapons. अभी न्यू स्टार्ट ट्रीटी वॉज इन फोर्स है ना, 2011 से न्यू स्टार्ट ट्रीटी वॉज इन फोर्स, and it was in news because Russia has recently withdrawn out of it. There is also a group of treaties known as SALT, Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. ये भी एक bilateral treaties होती थी between US and Russia. Yes, SALT. Then space warfare. China है ना, space में war. So basically China has reportedly established world's first near space command equipped with powerful hypersonic weapons. Hypersonic मतलब क्या है? 5 times the speed of sound, है ना, 5 times and more the speed of sound. तो इन्होंने near है ना, near earth space command, उनके पास ऑलरेडी 4 branches हैं of military, आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स एंड रॉकेट फोर्स. अब 5th उनका है स्पेस. यस, सो नियर स्पेस बेसिकली इट इज एरिया इन द अर्थ्स एटमॉस्फेयर 20 to 100 kilometers from Earth's surface. यहाँ पे air is very thin, therefore military aircrafts cannot fly and satellites also cannot be placed because of strong gravity. So this makes it no man's land region, and यहाँ पे इन्होंने एक space command बना दिया है. And it is equipped with modern hypersonic missiles plus spy balloons, solar powered drones. Abhi spy balloon had है ना crossed over into US, and other supporting equipment to carry out high altitude surveillance across the world. ठीक है. Advent of space warfare 1962 when US exploded a ground based nuclear weapon in space, which led to Outer Space Treaty. Space is emerging as the 4th dimension of war. Types of space weapon: kinetic मतलब movement में होंगे. Yes, Earth to space, space to space, and space to Earth. Yes, and then Earth to space non-kinetic weapons such as jammers, है ना, lasers, cyber attacks, spoofing, space to space non-kinetic co-orbital jammers, है ना, satellite will not be able to transfer information. Yes, high powered microwaves, lasers, etc. Then these are the various treaties है ना for maintaining peace and space. अब ये general treaties आप पढ़ लो, outer space treaties में important थी, and PTBT. Paros is also important for that matter. Paros also you can prevention of arms race in outer space. ठीक है, it's a UN resolution seeking a ban on weaponization of outer space. ये सब आप पढ़ लेना, आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड कोड वगैरह. ठीक है, इंडिया गवर्नमेंट है क्या है, एंटी सैट है ना, एंटी सैटेलाइट मिसाइल्स, ये सब पढ़ लेना, नाविक है ना. देन ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग. सो इंडिया का क्या प्रॉब्लम है, इंडिया इज द डेस्टिनेशन ऑफ ड्रग्स प्लस द ट्रांजिट है ना फ्रॉम गोल्डन crescent to golden triangle. Yes, in the recent years drug trafficking through sea route has also become quite prominent. Major trafficking of heroin takes place through Indo-Pakistan border, Punjab and J&K. Yes, an Indian government has a plan to become drug free by 2047. 2047 जब हमारे 100 साल पूरे होंगे, अमृत काल. यस तो चाइना ने कहा है 1949, क्योंकि उनको 100 साल पूरे होंगे, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को भी समझ में आया कि हम भी ऐसा कुछ अनाउंस करें, तो दे हैव सेड 2047. सो 2049 इज द ईयर है ना, चाइना हैज डेजिग्नेटेड टू बिकम द एशियन हेजेमन, और इंडिया ने कहा है कि 2047 तक हम बन जाएंगे. ठीक है, तो उसके लिए भी यू फाइन these are actually factual informations. ठीक है, there is not much that I can explain here. You can go through them. Yes. Then cyber security, NCB, once again Ministry of Home Affairs, ये सब पढ़ लेना. ठीक है, cyber security, उसमें CERT in is important. The top 3 industries affected by malware were banking, government, manufacturing, and cyber attacks have emerged as the primary source of threat. Today, cyber warfare, countries do not go for conventional warfare, nuclear warfare, not feasible. What is more feasible? Space warfare, not very feasible. It is in the mode of development. What is happening? The primary mode of warfare today is cyber warfare. Yes. So be it elections in foreign countries, elections you interfere. Yes, within countries, public digital infrastructure you will try and destroy. Yes, critical infrastructure of countries can be affected through cyber warfare. Yes, so cyber warfare is the primary. And then you have this CERT-in is a national nodal agency responsible for computer security incidents as and when they occur. ऑपरेशनल सेंस, इसका कौन सा मिनिस्ट्री है, दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट. मैंडेट क्या है, मिनिस्ट्री इज वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. वंस अगेन ये रैंसम रिपोर्ट and these names and what they actually mean, they have given it in a it as a table. You go through that. 3 theater commands to be established as armed forces reach consensus. Have reached a consensus on establishment of 3 theater commands by 2024. Will be headed by a senior 3-star general. They will be responsible for managing northern borders with China, western front with Pakistan, and maritime command in peninsular India. Yes, putting specific number of personnel from 3 services under a common commander in a specified geographical territory had recommended. Yes, Shekatkar committee and Kargil review committee had also recommended creation of theater command. India has 19 military commands with 17 of them service oriented. 2 unified commands है ना, जहाँ पे तीनों forces एक साथ प्रेजेंट है, अंडमान एंड निकोबार कमांड एंड दैट स्ट्रेटेजिक फोर्सेस कमांड. न्यूक्लियर आर्सेनल का एक्चुअली है ना गवर्निंग अथॉरिटी इज स्ट्रेटेजिक फोर्सेस कमांड and geographical command is Andaman and Nicobar command. Inter Services Organization Command, Control and Discipline Act. Both houses of the parliament have recently passed this bill. What is in highlights of the act है ना, these are factual information, there is nothing for me to add here. DRDO, CAPF, ये फिर से important रहता है बहुत सिंपल बट लुक इनटू इट. यस, तो ये शास्त्र सीमा बल नेपाल और भूटान के बॉर्डर पे है ना, चाइना के बॉर्डर पे, असम राइफल्स म्यांमार के बॉर्डर पे, CRPF ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स के अंदर पारामिलिट्री फोर्स है. यस, सेंट्रल इंडस्ट्रियल फोर्स, तो इंडस्ट्रियल है ना, एयरपोर्ट्स वगैरह पे रहते हैं ये. गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग्स, मॉन्यूमेंट्स, एयरपोर्ट्स, NSG, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी गार्ड. Manifestations of terrorism. Then you have Information Fusion Center for Indian Ocean region. Important as such, on and off remains in the news. है ना, तो you know it. Information Fusion Center is a very important initiative by Government of India, whereby all the information with respect to the Indian Ocean region is brought together. है ना, तो collate कर देते हैं information ताकि you are able to act. है ना, यू आर एबल टू डेसिफर द चैलेंज एंड एक्ट इफेक्टिवली. और इसके कहाँ पे है, गुरुग्राम में है. यस, इट एम्स एंड स्ट्रेंथनिंग मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी इन द रीजन. इंडियन ओशन रीजन क्या है ना, एंड होस्ट लाइसेंस ऑफिसर्स फ्रॉम 12 पार्टनर कंट्रीज. कोलंबो सिक्योरिटी एनक्लेव इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इट हैज बीन इन न्यूज. मालदीव्स के कंटेक्स्ट में भी बार बार न्यूज में आ रहा है कोलंबो सिक्योरिटी एनक्लेव. वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट. Yes, it was initiated by India in 2011. और 3 फाउंडिंग मेंबर्स कौन थे, इंडिया, मालदीव्स एंड श्रीलंका. Mauritius was recently became a member, and Bangladesh and Seychelles are also saying that they want to become members. But अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि Maldives, because Mizo's election and tilt towards China, might come out also of Colombo Security Enclave. Yes, इसका secretariat is in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Areas of cooperation are maritime security, counter-terrorism and cyber security. Fine. No Colombo Security Enclave. Munich Security Conference celebrated its 60th anniversary annual conference on global security issues, which was founded in 1963. The conference expanded its agenda to include issues like climate change and mitigation. It has also started to invite leaders from Eastern nations, including Russia, India, China. For the first time in 20 years, Russia was not invited to the event. Yes, Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, ये generally to facilitate extradition को भी facilitate करता है ये, है ना. तो India and Belgium have signed MLATs in criminal matters to execute each other's search warrant summon against fugitives and are wanted by individual investigative agencies. In fact, we do not have any extradition treaty with UK. इसी वजह से you find विजय माल्या, है ना, ये सब वहाँ पे they are finding refuge. MLATs is a mechanism whereby countries cooperate with one another to provide and obtain formal assistance to ensure criminals do not escape the due process of law. Ministry of Home Affairs, ये important है, is the nodal ministry, and section 105 of the Criminal Procedure Code explains reciprocal arrangements to be made. Open Skies Treaties. Yes, Open Skies Treaties is different from Open Sky Agreement. Open Sky Agreement bilateral होता है, whereby airlines get access to operate passenger and cargo flights. Yes, Open Sky Treaty अभी क्यों न्यूज में था, Russia has pulled out citing earlier withdrawal from US, है ना. तो बेसिकली वो रशिया हर जगह US के लेवल पे आ रही है. So it is an agreement that permits each state party to conduct short notice unarmed reconnaissance flight over others territory. जो भी इसके मेंबर कंट्रीज होंगे उनके आपस में ये है ना, टू कंडक्ट शॉर्ट नोटिस अनआर्म्ड रिकॉनाइसेंस, है ना, सर्वेलियंस के लिए फ्लाइट्स कंडक्ट कर सकते हैं ओवर अदर्स टेरिटरी टू कलेक्ट डेटा ऑन मिलिट्री फोर्सेस एंड एक्टिविटीज. This was signed 1992, came into effect. 33 states have ratified. China and India are not member countries. Open Skies Consultative Commission comprised representative of all state parties. New Start, I just told you, है ना, yeah, 2011, and Russia has come out of this treaty, creating fear of once again nuclear arms race between Russia and US. ये पढ़ लेना है ना. 2002 स्ट्रैटेजिक ऑफेंसिव रिडक्शन ट्रीटी, उसको मॉस्को ट्रीटी, है ना, फॉलोड. उसके बाद आया न्यू स्टार्ट ट्रीटी. ऑपरेशन Prosperity Guardian. US launched Operation Prosperity Guardian. It is a multinational security initiative under the structure of existing Combined Task Force 153, which was set up in 2022 to improve maritime security. और कहाँ पे? रेड सी, बाबल मंडेब एंड गल्फ ऑफ एडन. 2022 में, just before Israel-Hamas conflict, yes, they had set up this combined task force. It brings together countries of UK, Bahrain, Canada, and France, Seychelles, Spain. It was launched at the backdrop of escalation of attack on commercial ships. ये important रहेगा. Operation Prosperity Guardian. Chemical. अच्छा, ये हमने येमेन में you have Houthis, लेबनान में you have Hezbollah, है ना, गाजा में यू हैव हमास एंड कुद्स इन ईरान. सिर्फ हेजबोल्ला मैंने नहीं बताया था, दैट यू कैन रिमेंबर, इट इज इन लेबनान. यस, दे वर आल्सो इन न्यूज. केमिकल वेपन्स कन्वेंशन. यूएस हैज destroyed the last of its declared chemical weapons stockpile, a milestone in the history of warfare. They had agreed in principle in 1989 to destroy their chemical weapons stockpile. Later US ratified this convention in 1997. ठीक है, इसको भी पढ़ लेना. World military expenditure. Fine, with this we conclude. Yes, these joint military exercises in a table they have mentioned. ये मंगोलिया के साथ जो है ये देख लेना. X Khan Quest, peacekeeping joint exercise in Mongolia. Yes, fine. With this we conclude our discussion as far as PT 365 for international relations and a very few topics of security is concerned. All the very best. Yes, study well. ट्राई एंड जो पढ़ा एटलीस्ट उसको अच्छे से पढ़ के जाओ. सोर्सेस प्रोलिफरेट करने की कोशिश मत करना, है ना. बिलीव इन द सोर्सेस दैट यू हैव स्टडीड अप टिल नाउ. राइट नाउ इज द टाइम फॉर रिविजन. Yes, repeated revision is going to be the key. And if you feel that you tend to forget and tend to get confused while solving those answers, एक तो थोड़ा conceptual clarity की जरूरत है, और दूसरा वो इस समय पे कैसे आ सकती है. You still have, है ना, 1.5 months around to go. So you write and study, है ना. जब भी आप पढ़ रहे हो, पढ़ने का मन नहीं है, नींद आ रही है, कुछ भी, है ना, you always write and study. Whatever you write and study stays in your mind for much longer, and you get a lot of conceptual clarity. At times while reading, even when we are reading, thinking that we are reading thoroughly, we'll miss out few points. But if we are in the practice of writing and reading, then you tend to remember, and there will be no points as such which you will be missing out while you're revising things. Yes, it might seem for some time that it is taking more time, but if you needed 4 revisions without writing, you will actually need 3 revisions with writing. Yes, please make it a habit to write while you are reading. आपने पढ़ लिया उसके बाद आप लिख लो, है ना, it depends. And you don't need to write in full fledged English, है ना, पूरा लैंग्वेज लिखना है. मेजर मेजर पॉइंट्स जो आपको लग रहा है, एक फ्रेमवर्क ड्रॉ कर लिया, कुछ मेजर पॉइंट्स लिख लिए जो आपको लग रहा है इंपॉर्टेंट है. Yes, that really helps. And in fact, just before the exam, you can maybe just refer to those points which you have scribbled down. Yes, otherwise also whatever your approach is, develop this habit. Even now it is not late, you still have time. Continue flapping through the newspapers at least 10-15 days prior to the exam. Continue flapping through the newspapers. Spend maximum 15 minutes on the newspapers, not more than that. And revise, है ना. अभी सिर्फ रिविजन करना है, अभी कोई और नया सोर्स पढ़ के उठा के नहीं पढ़ना है. Yes, do not ignore CSAT. Yes, कुछ है ना, वीक में कुछ घंटे CSAT को भी दे दो. Yes, it is important. And rest. If and please maintain your cool and calm in the exam. If the paper is tough, it will be tough for all. If it is relatively easy, don't get very jubilant, है ना. Yeah, don't get excited. Oh, the paper seems to be easy, so I need to mark more answers. There is negative marking also. So only the answers, है ना, जो आपका strategy है, जो बिल्कुल आप 100% श्योर हो. कुछ क्वेश्चंस में you will feel that, है ना, you will अंदर से आएगा कि yes, it is worth taking the risk. I feel this is only correct. Yes, only then. Do not go for sheer guessing in the exam. This is not an exam to just guess, and it is competitive. कोई academic exam तो नहीं है, relative cutoff. So whatever the paper will be, if difficult, if easy, whatever it is, it will be same for all. And please remember, cutoff never go very high. Yes, 50% है ना, कुछ कम कुछ ज़्यादा, depending on the difficulty level. So you did not think that you have to attempt all 100 questions. Yes, so according to what you can attempt, you attempt and come back. Because UPSC is full of surprises. Somebody who might have done very well in the GS might not do well in CSAT also. So automatically the cutoffs will get adjusted. The cutoffs will not be on extreme sides. Yes, if the paper is difficult, you are able to attempt only few questions. It is better. Don't go with a preconceived notion कि 80 क्वेश्चन करने हैं, 70 करने हैं, 95 करने हैं, 90 करने हैं. There is no such benchmark. Everything depends on the paper that day, how you are feeling about the paper, and accordingly go about writing the exam. Yes, so that would be my suggestion. If possible, है ना, make it a habit. See, it depends. Now everybody is different. But generally, yes, now since exams would be approaching, the time when you're not feeling, you're feeling tired, lethargic, you don't want to study, your mind is not probably very active. Maybe you take up 15-20 questions, whatever the number of questions you want to take up for the day, and try and solve those questions. तो उस समय क्या होगा, जब दिमाग एक्चुअली है ना थक चुका होता है, अगर आप क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर पा रहे हो तो आपको खुशी होगी. यस, एंड अदरवाइज और दिमाग अपने आप काम करता है जब आप क्वेश्चन आ जाता है सामने, और अगर नहीं कर पाए तो आपको टेंशन होगा. सो यू विल फील लाइक यू विल गेट दैट मोटिवेशन टू स्टडी कि नहीं नहीं, आई हैव टू स्टडी 1 hour more, आई हैव टू stretch myself for another 1.5 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, whatever it is. Yes, so please do that. The show diligence, and this exam is about sincerity. You must have realized this does not require a student with great IQ. It requires a person with average IQ who is willing to do the hard work. Yes, dedication is what is required. Have a timetable, stick to that timetable, and right now is the time to put all in effort. Yes, so jitna maximum effort डालोगे, maximum benefits आएगा, and efforts have to be in the right direction, as I told you, in terms of revision, in terms of writing and studying. Yes, with that, all the very best. Yes, put your best foot forward, and you will do well. Fine. Thank you.